Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the European Liberal Forum, I would like to open this conference, and it's my pleasure that I can be here. My name is Sharka Šup. I am a board member of the European Liberal Forum and executive director of the Institute for Politics and Society. I would like to also thank to our speakers for accepting our invitation, that they came here. And now I will just give a word to our chairman, Jan Macháček, who will just give us some welcoming words.
Okay, thank you, Sharka. My name is Jan Macháček. I am chairman of the board of the Institute for Politics and Society, who is organizing this discussion and a seminar about liberalism together with European Liberal Forum. We already did one event focused on this topic at the beginning of last year. I think it was very successful, but we were thinking that it would be worthwhile to do it also in English with our international partners. But the format is basically similar. As you can imagine, it's very hard to, and we were not even attempting or hoping that topic like liberalism these days and during the war would attract much attention. But we are glad that you are here and you will get involved in the discussion. I hope it's going to be more like open, like kind of a seminar. In Central Europe, some people say that it's usual that liberals are like 7–8% of the population. So, and in a situation like we are facing now, like with security threats and war, obviously there is people have energy crisis, social crisis. People have different troubles mostly. We also, like an institute, obviously are interested in security and geopolitics. And for instance, last week we did a huge conference called Challenges for Euro-Atlantic Partnership, which was obviously mostly about all war-related and security issues. So what are we going to talk about? Like, so there is first thing, there is a confusion in what liberalism is. Everyone knows about, people know about classical liberals, for instance, which is close to my heart and to many of my colleagues. But there is also libertarianism, and there is American liberalism, which I thought is something completely different, because it's basically a different name for progressive movement. But it's like with Halloween recently. You know about the catastrophe in South Korea during the Halloween. I was just wondering, what do South Koreans have with Halloween? But it's just exporting of this American culture. It's not only about Halloween. By the way, we also had a stampede in Moravia immediately after the catastrophe in Seoul. There were reports in the media there was a stampede in Moravia because of the Halloween, so it was even more surprising for me. So this exporting of American liberalism, it seems to me like the same like exporting Halloween and whatever. So it's just this globalization of American kind. But it's confusing in here, because more and more, and especially younger generation, are using in this country the term liberalism for progressivism. And I think it's something completely different, and it should be discussed. We even have magazines which are, like for instance, Respect Weekly, which considers itself liberal, but it's absolutely progressive. We even in a liberal family in Europe, we have parties like Progressive Slovakia, which is part of ALDE movement, ALDE party, sorry, and it's even by name, they call themselves progressive. So there are many other important things. We know that liberty is more and more threatened in current world, in current Europe. First, it was My colleague in Lidové noviny recently, Zbigněk Petráček, had an excellent column about new normality, in Czech new normal, so you always have some new normal emerging. Like first it's due to the terrorism threats, then you had COVID, now you have a war, and there are constant tendencies to limit freedom and liberty, which also should be properly discussed at this seminar. We should also definitely speak who are liberals. So I believe that liberals are people who, among all the important values and pillars of the society, value freedom most. And as our friendly and sister organization in Germany, represented here by Mr. Dering, they have it even in the name, Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, or für die Freiheit. I would say that this expression is kind of disappearing recently. I see billboards of European Commission promoting the European Union, which is campaigning, which is everywhere in Prague these days. So one of the slogans is democracy, inclusiveness, and sustainable development. So I was asking myself, where is freedom? Like, is it not important for a younger generation anymore? So, and it says future is yours. So, and there are different versions of it, but there is, freedom is never there. So sorry for being too long. So this is just like to introduce our fruitful seminar and conference. And let me welcome first panelist of the first panel, which will focus on relationship of classical liberalism and libertarianism. And I would like to welcome our panelists, starting with Mr. Dering, who is a director of Friedrich Naumann Foundation for this region. Welcome. Mr. Outrata is a former senator and chief of statistical office in this country and member of the board of this institute, among other things. Welcome. Mr. Schwarz is a founder of Liberální Institute, Liberal Institute in Prague, but he is also a businessman. He is active in many other fields. And my colleague Štěpán Hobza is a journalist from Lidové noviny who is interested in these issues and is, and I hope he will be a very interesting speaker at this panel. So I'm going to be a moderator of the first panel. And without getting more deep into it, I would like to ask Mr. Dering for his opening remarks to these issues related to liberalism and libertarianism, but whatever is on your mind related to these issues, all these remarks are welcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak here. I think the first topic I would like to mention is Halloween is not American. It's actually Irish. It's a Celtic ritual. And since Prague was one of the biggest Celtic settlements, it's totally appropriate for Czechs to celebrate it, I think. At any rate, wherever a festivity comes from, one should never leave out any opportunity to celebrate, to be happy. So that's my first remark, and I think it's a very liberal one. Second one, you mentioned that Americans today think that liberal, that means simply progressive. Maybe it's right, but we shouldn't allow this. I would rather prefer to call it left-wing or statist ideology. Left-wing is better because progressive is actually a nice word, I think. And we should claim it. We should not allow it to be taken away from liberals. Because if you look at history over a long period, But even if you make measurements, comparative measurements, in the last decades or so, you will always find out that the biggest engine of progress was freedom. Freedom of creativity, freedom of the economy, freedom of, allowing to do what you want unless you do not harm other people. And I think this kind of, the philosopher Isaiah Berlin called it negative liberty, that is, you are protected as a person against infringements of your personal freedom, of your, to put it in the words of the philosopher John Locke, who is generally credited to be somehow the inventor of liberalism, self-ownership. Classical liberalism always rotated around it, and if society allowed, well, a high degree of it, I think there was never a society that was totally 100% liberal, then it prospered, it was more creative, people were more happy. Actually, I participated in an index on economic freedom in the world, comparing it. Even the environment is better. And if you look back at the history of your country, you would probably find that under communism, the environment was more damaged than under capitalism, despite that people want to tell us the opposite. Now, classical liberals were never really dogmatics. I mean, they always said you need some kind of state. And if you look at the facts, you would say that no highly developed society ever existed without some form of a state. People claim there were societies that were totally stateless and then they were free, but these were very small, rather tribal society. Medieval Iceland is often mentioned. Yes, they didn't have a state, but then you had a society with total social control that was exercised in a way that probably we would not consider it as a free society. A stateless society, yes, but not a free society. So you need a little bit state, and state always means that some freedom is infringed. I think a philosopher and statesman Edmund Burke in the 18th century said, you have to restrict freedom a little bit so that it can be enjoyed. Now, in comes libertarianism, something that also came from America only in recent years. In America, it may mean just classical liberalism because in the 19th century, when liberalism everywhere else was in its heyday, they didn't use the term because America was based on liberalism, so all parties were in some way liberal, so it was meaningless. It became only in the 20th century the term was used, and then it was somehow left-wing. So everything from a social market economist like Wilhelm Röpke in Germany to extreme anarchists like Murray Rothbard or so are considered libertarian or so. The extreme version is, of course, anarchism that says, okay, all distributive power of the state is evil, everything can be settled by the market, and so. I must say, as a utopian vision, I like it. And I also find it's very useful in a way that you always have to be skeptical and say, well, we think you need government for this, but do you really do so? And then ask questions, concrete points. That's what they are good at. In 1944, the most radical free market book was Road to Serfdom by Friedrich August von Hayek. Was seen then as absolutely, really frightening. It was days of the war, like we have today, not a good time for liberalism. He came up with this, but he would say, well, there are things that only government can do. Telecommunication, for instance, absolutely cannot be done by anyone else. Today we would laugh at the idea that telecommunications should be given back to the state. Totally laughable idea today, but somebody has to start with a question. Can things be done more efficiently in freedom? And that's what I think is still useful. Well, we always have to give priority to the freedom principle where we can. And you said these are gloomy times, I know, but since at the end all non-liberal concepts have failed so far. After a while, I'm quite optimistic that the situation is desperate at the moment for liberals, but not totally hopeless. We will come back.
Thank you, Mr. Daring, and I would like to ask Mr. Outrata now for his opening remarks.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, everything okay? Well, I always rejected the idea that liberalism should be linked with some other word or somehow qualified. I think a liberal approach is a liberal approach, and there is no difference between different types of liberalism in my mind. Of course, it depends on what you're discussing. You may have areas where it's applied and such. But I certainly agree with the basically optimistic statement of Mr. Daring that liberalism will succeed. I'm not so sure liberals will, because by and large, indeed, liberal parties lately have been missing much support in the political sphere. But on the other hand, the enormous advances of liberalism as such, not necessarily carried by liberals, declared liberals, has been very remarkable. If you look back only a few years, things were much worse. Or I should say, a few decades, things were much worse. And with the possible exception of the last year or two, I think liberalism has been advancing always. Now, the problem that we have, I think, with liberalism is that, of course, a liberal cannot be dogmatic nearly by definition, because one of the important points in liberalism is the acceptance of opinions that arrive, the freedoms we are fighting for, of course, among them. Freedom of speech is very important, and if one were dogmatic, one would have a tendency not to allow these points. Therefore, by definition, I think liberalism is very open. The problem we have with it, a little bit, is that it requires a well-designed system of rules that all members of the society are willing to adhere to. Of course, the state has a very important role here. I would say that the idea that liberalism as such is fights for a weak state, which I hear quite often, is very wrong. I think the state's role, the basic state's role for a liberal is the maintenance of rules and, of course, the defense of the society. And, but the maintenance of rules is very important and has to be understood by all. The problems with the advance of liberalism was always that it, in some way, anticipates a somewhat educated populace. If we have completely uneducated people, it is very hard to push rules that require, that, for example, support the idea of a free discussion from which we can derive, through the application of rules, we can derive the decision to continue in the life of society. That is why liberalism found significant opponents. And to this day, actually, I see the opponent of liberal thinking in the conservative thinking, which also is basically also accepts other opinions, but where but for a conservative, the most important way of improving society is by working from the traditions that exist and building on those. A liberal would try to open the discussion about this and would seek changes in society on the basis of the results of that discussion, which for a conservative may be a problem. Now, this was the original fight that liberals led. Today, it has become a little bit less important, maybe even, because somewhat in the last several years, the fight with extremes, both among the liberal and the conservative group, is becoming more important for the definition of both of these terms and of the support it has. And so I think we are now confronted with problems that maybe we didn't think were that important before. And I don't think that really the problem is so much only the sudden advancement of different technical means, as is often discussed. I think the real problem is a tendency in the last years to move to extremes, and for liberals building democratic societies, the problem of internal mechanisms within the systems that allow these extremes to look as much more important in the political life of nations than they actually are. And I think there we as liberals could help to do something reasonable and do something with that. Still, liberalism is basically a very optimistic approach. Liberals believe that by discussion, by general betterment, we can achieve better results than we have now. And we should be fighting conservatives who say that that is too optimistic. And on the basis of that, we should organize our political life and life at all. Well, I think I'll end here now. I may come back to some of the points.
Okay, thank you, Senator. And I would like to mention that there is a difference from your invitation and the reality here. There was supposed to be Adam Růžička here from our friendly Institute, age 21, but he got sick yesterday, so he is sincerely apologizing himself that he cannot attend. And our friend Mr. Schwarz from Liberální Institute was very helpful and kind and agreed to take his place for this opening. So I would like to give him a floor now for an opening speech.
Thank you very much. So I am here just replacement, something like backup man. But so I was honored to be invited just in the second line, and I appreciate it. So first time, so I met with the concept of liberalism was when I was teenager. So it was in 70s under communism. And so under liberalism, so I meant there was a synonym for me for tolerance. For tolerance. And it was something that was opposite to totalitarian regime that we had at that time. This regime was almost everything but not tolerant. Later, so after I founded Liberalism Institute, so I found out that it's the concept that is liberalism is not only tolerance. It will be oversimplification of this very complicated concept, because this concept is and has to be always connected with limitations. So liberalism cannot exist without limitations. So that means that personal freedom, liberty, has to be always connected with responsibility. So without this connection, it doesn't have any sense. It's just empty. It's just empty concept. There is very famous aphorism that your liberty to swing your fist ends just where my nose begins. There's a long-term dispute who was the author of these very famous statements. So whether it was John Stuart Mill or Abraham Lincoln or a Judge Oliver Wendell Holmes. When I just no, there was somebody completely different, but it was a judge, John B. Finch, who was a chairman of the Prohibition National Committee in 80s in 19th century in the US, and this statement was used as in the discussion that was connected with temperance movement, which favored restriction on the sale and consumption of alcohol in the United States. Yeah, so that was again the connection between just liberty and freedom to consume and responsibility to limit behavior after this consumption. When we are so happy, we are over-optimistic with alcohol, so this enforces these very positive sentiments. But the Liberalism Institute, that was founded practically in December 1989, but was registered in February 1990, was based on the following pillars. That was individual freedom, of course, limited by another principle, and this rule of law. Then protection of property rights, free trade, and peace. And maybe the last pillar, peace. That is the reason why liberalism is not so popular now, because we don't have peace, and liberalism doesn't provide any efficient solution not how to protect peace, but how to get peace back. So for this we have to use another tools. That is the reason why liberalism is really excellent ideology for peaceful period. And liberalism also provides excellent arguments why the peace is so necessary for positive development of mankind. So I mentioned one, just for me, extremely important name in the development of liberalism, and that was John Stuart Mill. So, but many liberals wouldn't agree with me. They would say that on his ideas was founded Fabian society in United Kingdom, and that was socialist society, society that stresses the ideas of communitarism and collective approach, collective support, etc., etc. But John Stuart Mill, he was extremely important. for development of the liberal thinking and development of liberal ideas, especially classical liberal ideas. And so despite Mr. Outrata, whom I fully respect, so I think that we need to use some adjectives connected with the concept of liberalism because those adjectives, so they just help us to understand better this extremely complicated concept. And for me, what is important is classical liberalism. Classical liberalism that stresses mostly economic issues, free trade, competition, etc. And so, of course, isn't very compliant what we mean under liberalism, under American liberalism and political liberalism. But why was John Stuart Mill was so important for me? Because in the democratic societies, and liberalism is connected with democracy and democratization. So liberalism, excellent conditions for liberalism are always in the condition when the society is democratized. And John Stuart Mill stressed some very important features for keeping democracy and developing liberalism. And these were these preconditions were connected with election process. And for him was very important that people who would have these election rights, they would be legally competent. So it's quite clear. But the second condition was that they should finish basic education. That was extremely important. Then another was that these people should pay direct taxes. That is also extremely important because it is something what breaks down the efforts for taxing and distribution of wealth within the society. I mean unlimited distribution of wealth. And the fourth, it's also important that those people who should have voting rights shouldn't be recipients of parish support. There was parochial support that was in the US with the very small and limited government. Now, we could change this parochial support for social benefits. Yeah, so, and I think that, of course, so it is impossible to implement it now with our welfare states, but I think that it is really provoking idea, very provoking idea for getting healthier development of our societies. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, and I would like to ask Mr. Hobza for his opening remarks. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I will also open with the Halloween. I recently heard a rather interesting panel of British historians on whether or not cults actually existed. It was not a fringe opinion, it was a credible historian, so that's just a slight thing to defend my colleague from the Lidová on the origin of the holiday. I will open with the title of the conference, Liberalism is Not Dead, which I wholeheartedly agree with. It is clearly hibernating, though, and what I mean by liberalism is the Fukuyama definition of liberalism. If you read his recent book about liberalism and its discontents, he puts this definition of liberalism quite lowercase. He understands liberalism as this basic consensus of the European elites that crystallized in the 17th century. Basically, let's agree to disagree. That's on the tolerance. That's the basic idea of being liberal. Now, it obviously has deep historical roots, right, going back to religious wars of the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, and liberalism crystallizing as an answer to this. You know, if we have this Europe full of different religions, different cultures, different opinions, the only thing we can do if we want to live in peace is somehow live together, you know, not to try to change other people's opinions and just let's agree to disagree. That, of course, is very up to date, isn't it? Now, why is liberalism hibernating in today's society? Well, the answer, in my opinion, or I will take a slightly different angle from the rest of the speakers. You know, liberalism in its classical form is a philosophy, right? It's rooted in reason. It's a rationality is its basic driving force. Well, that's not the best thing you can do in the era of social networks, right? Just imagine how boring your life is if you are a liberal. You always have to keep your head cool. You never can scream. You always have to keep rational. Whereas if you're a socialist, if you're a green, if you are even a libertarian, for that matter, by the way, you can always, you know, get angry, go to Twitter, tweet something very, you know, straightforward, and be heard. It is always easier to be heard in today's society if you are driven by emotions, not by rationality. And that, I firmly believe in this. It is connected with the era of social networks because the discussion we have in society is basically unmoderated, right? If you go 50 years back, whatever was printed was at least moderated by editors or someone who had to give a rational thought to the thing that is being printed. Nowadays, everyone has a Twitter account, right? And it is so much easier to be heard in this multitude of people if you are simply very loud, very emotional, and very straightforward. So that's, for me, the basic difference between being liberal and being libertarian. Liberalism, I understand, as a philosophy, whereas libertarianism kind of elevates liberty to this higher value, and I would classify it as an ideology, specifically in the American context. If you look at the classical libertarians, if I may use this term, if you go 10 years back, who were they? Were people such as Rand Paul, Ron Paul, the senators from Texas and Kentucky, you know, very interesting people, but it is difficult to see them as being unideological, right? They clearly saw liberty, or what they define as liberty, as some higher value in comparison to the liberals, particularly the classical liberals in the European sense of the word. I don't mean the social liberals, as it is understood in the US. I am so glad that John Stuart Mill was mentioned, because for me as well, it is one of the most relevant thinkers for this age. But I believe we can get to that after that in the following section. So yes, for me, this is the basic point. Liberalism clearly will come back in some form because it has to. If you look at the modern age where we have so many ideological, cultural, religious, let's say, currents, the only rational response we can give is, again, let's agree to disagree, as they did in late 1600s. There is simply no other way around it.
Thank you very much. And I would have a question for everyone. It seems to me that mostly the recent development is that freedoms which are being taken away or limited are rarely coming back. There are these examples with controls at the airport, for instance, related to terrorism. But there are also some, I would have some examples of some freedoms coming back. For instance, United States are relaxing their war on drugs, apparently, so there is a liberalization in the usage and possession of light drugs, etc., and not only light drugs actually. So all these kind of experimental drugs. But is it only one-way streets that freedoms are always like more and more limited, and there is this new normality, or do you also see some examples and chances that societies are taking back some freedoms? Who wants to, Mr. Daring?
Well, first of all, you're right. Even in periods when freedom is in decline, and you can measure it again, quite that we are in such a period for years, it's never completely dead. You mentioned loosening of drug policy in US. In Germany, they're about to legalize soft drugs, for instance, now. That's really becoming law. Despite that, I do not think that this government is really too liberal because of the coalition partners, the Greens and the Reds. So there are hopes, and one should perhaps have a little bit more historical view of it. When there are times of deep crisis and war, usually afterwards there is a mood for relaxation. People afterwards, I mean, it's terrible to live under such a constraint. Nobody voluntarily wants to live under this. Even if states succeed to arouse patriotism or whatever, after a while people are fed up, and usually there will be a boom of freedom. What I think is most important is that we have a long-term strategy for it. Said at the short run, yes, there may be problems, social media, partly right, but I think it's not the whole explanation for it. We used to have the end of the Cold War, for instance, meant, especially in the West, meant that during that period, people who did not really belong together had to combine. The concept of the people's parties, Christian Democrats and Social Democrats, were the biggest parties almost in every country, and they shared a lot of basic liberal values. In these parties, there were radical left wings in the Social Democrats. I remember in the 80s, some people in the with the Christian Democrats would today be rather on the right wing of the AfD people. But in the Cold War situation, they all had somehow to circulate around liberal values. Now that's gone for several decades now, and it doesn't have that impact on us. So people now simply, we don't have to stick together. People who think like the AfD go to the AfD. And that's why we have fragmentation there. That's also one of the reasons it might be supported by social media. But at the moment we see this crisis, and I think we are reorganizing. I see that people who I thought had no classical liberal values somewhere in their brain, on the green side or so, suddenly think, yes, what Putin did, this is too much. Putin is doing things that can't go, and we should simply have a strong stand on freedom. The multicultural left was very lax on when people with an Islamic background mistreated women. But now you see a lot of left people. Look at the demonstrations in Berlin. Hundreds and thousands of them were demonstrating against what's happening in Iran. I think we see already freedom is somehow coming back. People are beginning to detect it, but we have to give solutions. We have to give more free market solutions to climate change. We have to have a more undogmatic approach to it. We have to find solutions for debts and for the pension crisis we have, for the financial crisis. We have to think about it. When we saw the revival of liberalism in Germany, that's my native country, I mentioned it, the economic revival, the economic miracle, one would see there was a group of people who already in the 30s, even before the Nazis came, thought something terrible is coming, we have to find a new concept for the economy. So, and they did, and it worked. We have to have the plans in the locker somewhere when it gets better. And then I think we can make it. I think in the long run, history works, so to say, in favor of us, and that's why I'm optimistic.
Thank you. The same question for Mr. Otata. Do you have some remarks on this?
Well, I really don't think that the present situation is so much different from from the situation, for example, 100 years ago. I think basically we're fighting the same problem over and over again. There's always, after a wave of expansion, which is usually combined with an optimistic and often liberal approach, there comes a period of regrouping. And the fact that the technology today is more sophisticated, has technological aspects to it, which have also consequences in security and such, but fundamentally are not different from what was happening when the last big period of liberal development and also for globalization was ending. The role of the press was not that different from the one in social services if we compare the time then for press and the social services for today. There was a time at the beginning of the 20th century where, of course, every extreme had its own paper. Everybody was taking only his own paper and living with it, and therefore also living in a bubble. Now, you may argue in detail that some things may have been different, but what is really only different is the technological advance, and therefore the fact that we are not accustomed today to deal with the bubbles in the social networks. So we have to learn to do that, as mankind learned to do that in the 20th century. Hopefully not through wars and things like that, as we did at that time. The big task now, and this is not the question of liberalism so much as of normal development of society, the big task today is to ensure that the tendency towards such a development has to be stopped. We have to find a way of doing it in present circumstances, the ones that worked at the time when everybody was reading their newspapers no longer is enough. So all that is true, and of course, a liberal has a bit of a problem with the amount of restrictions that may bring along. But on the other hand, this has always happened in the past, and the restrictions today are still very much weaker than they were at that time. Still, we should be asking always, whenever another set of restrictions is coming along, whether it is really necessary and where it should land. And that, I think, is a big problem that we are having, and as declared liberals here, we should be a part of that discussion. We can probably do it better than anybody else, because we are both very much concerned about the liberal and the democratic system that we live in, on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have been always open to this type of debate in the past. Never was it true that the liberal approach would not restrict certain types of behavior. Always, at least, you were not allowed to shout fire in the middle of a crammed theater, to make an extreme instance. And whether a certain type of propagation of ideas is similar to this or not is, of course, a grand question over each of the instances. And taking an extreme case either way could be dangerous either for democracy or for one's liberal point of view.
Okay, Thank you, Mr. Otata. Mr. Schwarz, you have some...
Yeah, so I don't agree with Václav Klaus and populists saying that there is less and less freedom and that freedom is more and more limited. Why not? Because free society developed also thanks to liberalism. Free society provides wider and not wider space, but also new space for humane activities. So I will just present one example. So under communism, there was no respect to property rights. So after political changes here, after November '89, so the problem of author rights, autorská práva, the problem of association of author rights, ochranný svaz autorský, started to be highly discussed. And regulation and this part, these activities started to be regulated. And there was really, there is quite extended topic for discussion because almost everybody understands it, because everybody just listens to music, and many started to pay for listening music in restaurants, the owners of the restaurants, and discussion started. So, of course, there was a regulation that was not before, but there was a regulation that was connected with liberalization, that with possibility to do new things. So under communism, we also didn't have terrorism because everybody was checked, everything was controlled, and there was almost no opportunity to do those things. So in the liberal world, so we can face terrorism because this just free move of people provides excellent conditions for that. We lived under communism, we lived in our private world. The virtual world, that was private world, was for us Voice of America or Radio Free Europe. Now we have Facebook, we have Instagram, and I don't know. There is completely new world. There is parallel world we live in. And this world also provides space for criminal acts. And that is the reason why it should be regulated for protection of society. And there is always trade-off. We have to pay something. So if we would like to use safe airliner, so then we spent a long time in queues in the airport. There is trade-off. There is the cost we have paid for the safety. Yeah, and so I think that this economic approach to regulation is very important for understanding why regulation is necessary. And the regulation limits also, there is this limit of the liberty and freedom. Thanks.
Yeah,
Mr. Hobbs.
Thank you, Jan, for this question. On coming back of certain freedoms, I'm quite sure that, for example, American libertarians would say that the recent decisions of the Supreme Court in America were the festival of freedom, right? There was this opinion of Clarence Thomas written on the right to bear guns in New York, so now you can officially, again, bear a loaded gun in New York. In the American context, this is interpreted as a freedom, right? You have a right to bear arms. Same with interruptions, but I will not bring this debate here because that's a very specifically American topic, right? Now, freedom of speech. As of today, Elon Musk is the new CEO of Twitter, as you may know, and some people say that this will be a new era of the freedom of speech, right? As you know, the biggest topic in controlling of speech today is not the state control. It's not the state that censors you, right? it's usually some giant social network. But at the end of the day, you as a user, you don't really care who censors you. You are being censored. That's the bottom line. And by the way, this is coming back to John Stuart Mill. John Stuart Mill has a beautiful passage about the difference of being oppressed by the state and being oppressed by your fellow citizens. Here we go. That's the question of 2022, right? And what John Stuart Mill says that yes, state can be very effective in controlling and perhaps even oppressing its citizens, but the fellow citizens are the most effective tool in doing this. Specifically, he writes about women, right? So in 1840s in London, where John Stuart Mill lived, well, women usually didn't do much stuff, but it was not regulated by the law. There was no law saying that, for example, a woman cannot go and do this, you know. It was usually the fellow citizens who would look at her and say, what are you doing? It was these cultural norms, these much more vague interpretation of liberties that were constraining people in doing what they wanted to do. So yes, I believe there may be some freedoms coming back.
Thank you, Stepan. And now I would like to ask you, the audience, if you have any questions. We have a few minutes left before we start a new panel. So, okay, gentleman over there. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, everybody. Pietro Andrapoda, Prague Forum. Distinguished speakers. The gentleman who has been the last to speak, sorry, your name, has made a point talking about the possible limitations to freedom or expansion of freedom that these social networks bring to us. Now, personally, I see two possible challenges. The first is that social networks, in the name of freedom of expression, allow all possible defamatory statements, offenses, and then obtaining redress is difficult. Also because there are issues with international applications of law and so on. On the other side, the opposite. In the name of protection of minorities, in the name of fighting against offenses, hate speech, it can be we come to the opposite result, so that manifestations of free speech are actually banned. And how would you see the development, in the sense that how, if in case you agree with these two types of challenges, how would you see a possible way to somehow mitigate the effects that the challenges can create? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it's probably a question for Mr. Hobza, so if you could.
Thank you. So just to get it clear, you were asking what can specifically these tech giants do to moderate speech? Was that a question? I didn't get the chunk of it, I guess.
May I reformulate?
Please do.
I am living in Prague, and you are living, for example, in New York. I can go to my Twitter, Facebook, and write that you are a pedophile. And it may be, or something like this, or something offensive, and it may be difficult for you to control my action. Also because there are cases, you may go to a lawyer, but I am in Prague, you are in New York, it's difficult. On the other side, I want to say that I am against migration, for example. I think that too many migrants end up committing crimes. And it may be that this is also, on the other side, something that indeed the social network ban, or if this is not the correct example, something equivalent. I wanted to ask if you feel that these two challenges really exist and can put in jeopardy both the freedom of speech, as well as on the other side can allow too much space for offenses that are not somehow actionable? Is my question clear now?
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question. I'm just thinking about the proper answer because it really is a complicated one. So yes, I do believe that these challenges exist. That's the bottom line answer I would like to give. Now, legally, of course, it is very difficult, almost impossible to regulate, right? What they try to do at the social networks, you probably know that, is to create algorithms that will solve this because, exactly as you say, there might be a person living in New York being asked to moderate speech somewhere in Prague. Well, they have clearly no idea what these people in Prague are talking about, so there are certain mechanisms, certain algorithms that would control the speech in their stead. Well, this clearly looks as a complete sham because even people for the most innocent forms of speech are being banned and kicked out of Twitter because of this algorithm. So we can see that this clearly is not the ideal solution, right? To suggest a solution, I will be absolutely fair, I don't know. I don't know, because legally it is almost impossible. I agree with you. And I would come back to my favorite John Stuart Mill to say that, you know, the most effective way of controlling is not through law, it is through culture. But let's get to it later.
So, gentlemen, Japanese embassy.
My name is Iko Shoji, Embassy of Japan. Thank you for interesting discussion. And I would like to put one concrete question. I suppose everyone agree that the COVID time poses us all an opportunity to think about what is freedom and what is the duty. And as far as I understand that in Europe, every government decided very strict measures. Measures was various, but I would like to concentrate to the wearing the mask, duty of wearing a mask or respirator. And my question is, how do you think about the restrictive measures on the wearing mask? I'm asking because the Japanese government's approach to wearing mask was quite different than European countries. Japanese government never put duty of wearing a mask or respirator as binding measures. But on the contrary, the people, Japanese citizens, very voluntarily, almost everyone wear mask. But on the contrary, in Europe, the governments puts very strict measures, but the citizens not necessarily puts or respect the duties. Of course, I know that in Czech Republic, it was cancelled by Constitutional Court at the end of the day. But I would like to ask you what your feeling or your assessment about the duties decided by each government in Europe on the wearing the mask during the COVID time. Thank you.
Remark something on this, Mr. Daring, for instance? Because we will have to conclude soon. We will immediately go for a new panel after this.
I was once in Japan, so I spent there 2 weeks, and it was in 2008, and I was surprised. So how many people wear the face masks? Yeah, so that was for the first time, so I could see, I don't know, maybe 1/3 of population in Tokyo underground, so wore mask when I was there. So I think that this is just normal behavior in Japan, and that your people, for your people, this disease, this COVID disease, so you were better prepared than we were here in European countries against this extension of this disease on this pandemic extension. That is the reason why European governments had to be stricter concerning protection against these one. So we had, for example, we had also not just difficult, but we had also dispute in my home with my wife. My wife is just after oncological disease, and she's stressed just that I should wear mask almost everywhere, also outside, just for her protection, because she was afraid. She was afraid because she was more endangered than I was. So from this point of view, so I understood also the measures adopted by European governments as measures limited by time. And so we can see that they were limited by time. But we can also see that the measures had different efficiency. Yeah, so that the number of diseased people differed from country to country. And it would be quite interesting study about that.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank all the panelists, Mr. Daring, Mr. Outerta, Mr. Schwarz, and Mr. Hobza. And we will immediately start a second panel. And so thank you very much once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in a minute. So we will start with our next panel. So welcome to this panel called American versus European Liberalism, Confusion of Concepts. So we will speak about the differences. And not only, I would like to introduce Roman Joch, director of the Civic Institute, and also Jan Macháček, chairman of the board of the Institute for Politics and Society. And online we have Gianmarco Bovenzi, project manager of the Fondazione Luigi Einaudi. So welcome and benvenuti.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for your invitation.
And so thank you too. And we will. I would like to say that we have not only, let's say, liberal representative, but Roman Joch, we can call you not as a clearly liberal, but more conservative. So it can be also the discussion not only between liberals, but also with the people representing conservative values, but you are also interested in the topics connected with the United States and politics in the United States. But I would like to start with the questions. There is a name of the panel, American versus European Liberalism. So what are the differences, and why do we speak about confusion of concepts? So question for you, Mr. Joch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, both for the introduction and for giving me the floor now. Well, there are so many confusions, so I really wonder where to start. I have an anthology of texts originally published in 1964, and the anthology is called What is Conservatism? With a question mark. One of those essays included in that anthology was an essay written by Friedrich August von Hayek as a postscript to his book, The Constitution of Freedom. The book was published in 1960 by the University of Chicago Press. And the title of that essay was, Why I Am Not a Conservative. The author, the person who was responsible for that anthology, who was in charge of picking up essays to include in that anthology, his name was Frank Meyer, he was convinced that Hayek's essay was such a brilliant contribution to a conservative thought. His essay titled, Why I Am Not a Conservative, was such a brilliant addition or empowerment or enrichment of a American conservative thought that he included that essay into his anthology, What Is or What Was in 1964 Conservatism in America.
To make the long story short, there was, and it is now disappearing, a distinction between American and European terminology. In America, well, that was one of the parts of Hayek's essay. In America, the original tradition of the American Republic, of the founding fathers, of Abraham Lincoln, was classical liberalism. By classical liberalism, we understand a doctrine of individual rights, in some form natural individual rights, given to us not by the consent of government or by the good will of government, but by our own human nature or by God. It depends. And those rights, among them the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, to quote the Declaration of Independence of America, are the main reason why we establish governments. So the purpose of government was perceived as a tool, not as the end, but as a mean to a higher end. And the higher end was, or were, natural rights. Among them freedom. Among them freedom. So American political tradition was classical liberal. It corresponded, and again that's Hayek's point of view, it corresponded to the Whig spectrum or Whig part of the British political scene or British parliament in those times, late 18th century. So all Americans, either those more conservative, quote unquote, like Hamilton or John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, or those more radical, like Thomas Jefferson, or those in the middle, like James Madison, all of them were Whigs, to use the British, in those times, contemporary political terminology. Who were American Tories? British Tories in those times supported royal privileges, feudal privileges, established church, in the case of England, Anglican church or Episcopalian church, and they were more paternalistic. And those American Tories left the country during the American Revolution and the War for Independence for Canada. So till this day, Canadian conservatives are more paternalistic than American conservatives. Canadian conservatives are descendants of Tories of those times, and American conservatives are descendants or followers of Whigs of those times. So America, or the United States of America, is the only country in the world where conservative and classical liberal means the same. Classical liberal means freedom, individual freedom, small government, division of powers, federalism, and so on and so on, the right to private property, and so on. So that was the substance. Classical liberalism was the substance of the American Republic, and conservatives were those who defended or tried to protect American heritage. And because the American heritage was classical liberal, conservatives in America were more or less classical liberals, using the European terminology. That's the only country in the world. We in Europe have always had a conservative tradition which was not classical liberal, which was more statist, more paternalistic. It could start with Metternich. It could continue with Benjamin Disraeli, Earl of Beaconsfield, with Bismarck, and with many other conservatives. In today's Europe, the main paternalist conservative, who is illiberal, meaning rejecting both the classical liberal tradition of the minimal government or small government and rejecting
social, modern liberalism. I will touch that in a few minutes, in a few seconds. That paternalist conservative is, of course, Viktor Orban. So Viktor Orban is an inheritor of Metternich, Bismarck, paternalism, Tory paternalism. Now, what has happened? What has happened was terrible for classical liberals. In the 20th century, many people who claimed to be liberals rejected the tradition of a limited government, of individual freedom, and welcomed welfare state. Well, yes, it could be a prudent measure to accept a welfare state in a democracy when people expect that the government will give you something, some welfare. But we must be aware that if government gives you something, the government must take it from you firstly. Government has nothing to give you which government had not taken from you or had been indebted by a debt. In America, what has happened? In the 30s of the 20th century, American social democrats, supporters of then President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, called themselves liberals. They were in fact genuine social democrats, both democrats and socialist democrats. They admired many aspects of Mussolini's fascism in Italy, in economy, in the relationship between the government, the state, and economy. Of course, they rejected his authoritarian rule. They were Democrats, but they were socialist Democrats. And in America, liberals, in America, those social democrats call themselves liberals. There were some American personalities, both politicians and intellectuals, who cried, well, that was all wrong. We, supporters of minimal government, were the original liberals. But there, for example, Senator Robert Taft, Republican senator from Ohio, or Henry Mencken from Baltimore, Maryland, and others who claimed we were the original liberals. And why socialists call themselves liberals? That made no sense, but that has happened. However, in the second half of the 20th century, especially in the late 60s or since the late 60s, for American social democrats calling themselves liberals, more important than economic issues were issues moral and cultural, and they were liberal. That was justified in their calling themselves liberal on morality and culture issues. And now we see a trend that Czech or European or Central European liberals or self-called liberals are using more and more American terminology, which means accepting larger government, social democratic government, and cultural liberal attitudes. So the pure force, the pure hegemony of the American terminology is penetrating and influencing and even, I would say, conquering European terminology. And now, in the 90s, who were liberals in the 90s? Well, the number one liberal, the Mr. Liberal, the old great man of Czech liberalism in the 90s was Tomáš Ježek, translator of Hayek. That was the liberal number one. And all others were his either fans or supporters or followers. Now if you say liberal in the Czech society, whom do you mean? Well, the weekly Respect and the daily N, for example, which means social democracy, more or less, support for the American Democratic Party, which is on political economic issues, social democratic or socialist even, and culturally liberal, yes. So the American terminology is migrating to Europe and influencing European discourse. And I myself don't see any trends which would change that situation, for better or worse. And now, what is going to be the fate of original classical liberals like Hayek, like Luigi Einaudi, one of the founding members of the Montpellier Society and president of Italy in the 50s, I believe, and many others. Some of them have succumbed to the temptation of flowing with the mainstream, and they are becoming left liberals in the American and even more European meaning of the word. Some others are just calling themselves conservatives without rejecting their basic classical liberal principles. I can mention in the Czech society Saša Vondra, former dissident, very liberal, friend of Václav Havel, then politician. He is one of the most conservative Czech MEPs, members of the European Parliament. He is a member of the European Conservative and Reformist, or ECR, European Conservative and Reformist parliamentary group. But his views are classical liberal. And I can, or Mirek Topolánek, former Czech Prime Minister, 2006 till 2009. I once was a witness at his lecture at the Institute of International Relations, so it was a neutral ground, and he started his lecture with, well, I am a neo-liberal, I am a neo-conservative, I am a neo-Catholic. He got baptized in his major age. I am a neo-Neanderthal. I am a Neanderthal. So I am the man of the past. But his positions, neoliberal, neoconservative, meant that, well, he was for a smaller government than the alternative. Not small enough for us, but smaller than the alternative. And we can continue. What have classical liberals and conservatives in common? That could be very long, but I will mention just two aspects. First, private property. Both conservatives and classical liberals consider private property to be a basic social, human, institutional, and political right and a force for good. Without private property, there would be no good society. Secondly, spontaneous order. Conservatives are liberals of the past. Traditions are results of decisions, small, minor decisions by the people in the past. Results of their choices. So both classical liberals and conservatives believe if government will leave us alone, everything will be okay. We will survive. We as a society will survive. Spontaneous order will be established. Just don't be too impatient and believe that government must direct everything. Spontaneous order will take care of everything. And are there going to be normal, original classical liberals? Yes. Yes, of course there will be, many of them. However, by tendencies of the age, of the contemporary age, they will either move to the left liberal, which means socialist direction, statist direction, or they make some deal with conservatives, but those conservatives cannot be paternalist conservatives like Viktor Orbán. Between Viktor Orbán and classical liberals, there are really few, if any, points of mutual agreement. So those are my opening remarks for time being.
Thank you very much, and I would like to move to Italy. And the same question for Gianmarco. Where do you see the differences between American versus European liberalism? And why do we speak about confusion of concepts? If you share you can also react on Roman Joch, definitely. So please.
Thank you for your question. I would actually like to focus, for example, if I may, on the example of Italy, because this is perhaps the case study that I would bring to the attention as to represent the European liberalism. I think one of the main problems and differences is that in Italy, liberalism and liberals actually lack, on one hand, a political representation, like a uniform one. As I know, there has been in the second half of the 20th century only one party officially named like Liberal Party in Italy, but it never reached a consensus as higher as the 6% in its top years. And we're talking about the 60s with Giovanni Malagodi, a good, I would say, a good friend of Einaudi somehow. And so therefore, when such a political representation lacks, is it very difficult also for the citizens, for the people, for those who are interested in politics, but also for the general public to understand what liberalism actually is. Because I see a lot of confusion, not only of concepts distinguishing the American and the European liberalism, but I see confusion on what liberalism is. Someone says it is a matter of economics, of political choices in macroeconomy, in political economics. Others say liberalism is a matter of social rights, and this would actually make it a little bit more close somehow to the liberal perhaps in Northern Europe, I guess, in comparing to the Italian or Mediterranean liberalism. So there's a lot of confusion, and therefore it is very difficult for liberalism to have, I would say, an electoral body, and it is difficult. It is difficult to define it in Italy, and perhaps it is difficult for liberalism to have a precise identity, at least in my country, which I want to bring the attention to. As concerning the difference with the American liberalism, I cannot add anything more to what Professor said, because of course he explained the whole thing and much better than I can ever say. But if I can, I would just stress the difference between, again, the American and the Italian liberalism, as how is it intended here. Therefore, I would say this because now liberals are, let's say, compared to conservatives, because the tide goes with an economic aspect of liberalism, and thus in Italy there is this sort of equation that liberal economy with lack of state intervention means conservatism, and therefore liberals would vote, for example, right-wing parties. But again, is this what liberalism is? Should rights, for example, but again here in Italy and perhaps in Europe, maybe the social aspect of liberalism is, I think, not as perceived as it is maybe in the US. So I would stop here with my intervention. I don't know if the answer was clear or what you think. So please feel free also to make questions and to ask more.
Okay, thank you, Gianmarco, and the same question for Mr. Machace.
Thank you. On behalf of the Institute, I would also like to thank to excellent presentation by Mr. Joch, which was very, very inspiring. So I should also add few things. I think it's very important when we speak about the confusion, also to look about or think about the term. We could discuss it for hours, but it's just the term liberal democracy, which is very, very much popular and used these days. And it's also related to the security and geopolitical issues and with the war, which I mentioned at the beginning, at the opening of the conference, because not only there is this imperialistic aggression of Mr. Putin against of Russia against Ukraine, but some people emphasize and see wider context of it and say that it's also a competition or a war between liberal democracies and autocracies. And I would myself agree to an extent, but how to define this liberal democracy, it's an open question. People see it differently. If it means constitutional democracy, which would be a nicer term for me, that countries which are limiting the democratic government, because democratically you can elect whatever, someone who would send all the people with short trousers to the concentration camp or whatever. So if we speak about constitutional democracy, we can speak about democracy which is limiting freedoms through the rule of law, through the separation of powers, freedom of press, and the constitution itself, etc. That would be okay, but for many people in the West, for young generations, for political progressives in the West, if they speak about liberal democracy, it's more about what I mentioned when I spoke about this promotion of EU on these billboards, which we can see everywhere these days, says like, which emphasizes democracy, inclusivity, and sustainable development, or alternative energy, whatever, it depends on which billboard it is. So if you would ask these young people or people in the European Commission who are created these slogans and billboards, what is a liberal democracy, they would probably say it's a democracy, inclusion, sustainable development, fighting the climate change, anti-racism, whatever, and they would define it like this. And that's a very problematic issue. And nothing against it. That's their political choice, that's their political, perhaps prevailing political opinion. But the question if we really speak about liberal democracy, and it's actually helping the other side, because Putin and Xi Jinping and representatives of all these regimes, they take the opportunity to project the West as being like decadent and emphasizing these exact things which are suspicious to them or help. It makes them more popular with their citizens, not the voters, because they don't have elections. So or they don't have proper free elections. So with the difference of few things, it's not that I am complaining about the world, about why I can get angry why American liberals call themselves liberals if they are just progressive, but I would like to emphasize a few things which are important. One thing which is very problematic for myself is that even if we speak about the free expressions, it's kind of a new thing that people are emphasizing their security and they feel threatened by someone else's speech. This is a new phenomenon which is very problematic, and it's more and more emphasized by American so-called liberals. So say if someone's speech is not correct, people say that it should be limited because they feel threatened by someone else's speech. So this is kind of a new phenomenon, because physical threats were something which we didn't relate in the past with verbal expressions. That's one thing. I would agree with what Mr. Joch mentioned here, that there is nothing that government, there is no value, there are no monetary instrument that government has on its own or ever created on its own to be able to distribute it. But we don't have to look at it only like monetarily or financially. We can speak about freedoms in this respect. It's also, we speak about this balance between freedom and security. If you demand the government to protect you, to protect the society, it has to take some freedoms to be able to protect you. So it's also related through this, because government doesn't have resources to protect you, because it can only protect you using like quotes, protect you if it takes some freedoms from you. And I think it's very important to also emphasize that these American liberals these days, another fashionable word is equity. I have nothing against equality. Equality at a starting point, equality of opportunities, etc. But equity means something completely different. Equity means not equal opportunities, but equal results. And government says, or politicians from the Democratic Party who call themselves liberals, they are telling their voters that they will enforce the equity. They promise them to enforce the equity, and which is the most illiberal aim or goal I can ever imagine. And through these all these lines, which are also mentioned at the beginning of the conference, this ideology, this approach is being sent through all the media communication channels to Europe and is being accepted into here, as Mr. Joch rightly said, like for instance, Respect Deník, and they are retaking exactly this kind of ideology and proudly calling themselves liberal media, and feeding in more and more confusion into our space. So that's enough for the beginning.
Back to Mr. Joch. Today's event is called Liberalism is not dead. So which concept or which approach is closer to that? You described that American liberalism is moving into shortly in social democratic way, but the European, you also described the example of Alexander Vondra, how liberal can become someone who represents conservative party, for example, in a European Parliament. So which concept is closer to that? As I mentioned, this called liberalism is not that, because and also Mr. Outrata mentioned that liberalism is an optimistic approach, and we don't. I think we don't live in a kind of highly optimistic world now.
There was there was an American author. He called himself progressive, but the meaning of the term progressive in the 20s, early 20s of the 20th century, or even earlier, was somewhat different than is the meaning of the term today. His name was Randolph Burney, and he had a famous sentence that war is the health of state. That during war, all government institutions get and demand and receive more powers than in those times in the peace. And now we have been dealt for the last almost 3 years, 2.5 and more years, something quite terrible. The first was the pandemic. I recognize and acknowledge in principle that during pandemic, during the threat to our health and even to lives of many people, that there should be some emergency powers of the government. So it's normal, it's reasonable, and it's normal. However, there must be an understanding that when the crisis or the threat of pandemic ends, those emergency powers of government should be returned back to society. So government should voluntarily surrender those powers. This year in February, on February the 24th, one country, one European country or European Asian country attacked another European country. We as the Czech Republic, are not in the war. So we are not a warring power or a country in a situation of war. However, from the very beginning, for very good reasons, and I agree completely with our incumbent government, we have supported the attacked country. And it is our own national interest that that attacked country should firstly survive, that's the minimum, and optimally should defeat the aggressor and impose such pains on the aggressor's army that the aggressor's army will not be capable to attack any other country in Europe in coming decades. That's the optimum solution for us, or the optimum outcome for us. And during those times, of course, I would agree that there should be some extraordinary government powers. However, we still should have the perspective. We should keep the balance. We should keep in our minds that we support the effort of the attacked country, not in order to smash our own liberties. That's up for the discussion, which speeches, which opinions should or should not be prohibited and eventually punished. However, if we are going to make a mistake, it's better to make a mistake on the side of liberty rather than against liberty. So I would say now in Europe, it's something after pandemic, COVID pandemic, and after the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we are in something like a low point of classical liberal understanding of freedom. However, there is one issue which could lead to a resurgence or rebirth of classical liberal understanding, and that's the freedom of speech. We should be very careful not to surrender our freedoms of speech for whatever reasons. And of course, I would agree the intentions could be the best. But even with the best intentions, we should not surrender our freedom for and of free speech to our own good governments. So my expectation is we are now in the law. And now we are in such a law from the classical liberal perspective that the only alternative or the only way out is going for the better. And for me, or at least for my understanding, the most potent, the most strong, or the strongest point in a resurgence or rebirth of classical liberalism is going to be the freedom of speech. By the way, we are in a quite interesting situation that perhaps the most intellectuals, people who live by ideas, who earn their money by spreading ideas, by propagating ideas, by defending ideas, are the least likely to defend freedom of speech. And ordinary people or non-intellectuals are more keen on preserving freedom of speech, are more allergic towards attempts to restrict freedom of speech. The late Irving Kristol, who was an American Trotskyist and social democrat, then conservative more or less, he once described as a task of neoconservatives is to explain to intellectuals why they were wrong and to explain to the people, normal people, why they were right. So on the issue of the freedom of speech, I would rather trust an average Czech man or a woman than an average Prague intellectual.
So thank you. And Gianmarco, the same question, which concept is, but liberalism is not that, but which concept is closer to death? Because as Mr. Joch spoke about this, the lowest point. So what is your position? What are your ideas about this?
You mean to which point of liberalism is closer to death is the question?
If it is European liberalism or American?
I think the European liberalism has an issue of uniformity. Again, I keep the line of my introductory 5 minutes, and I guess this is a point that might make it closer to death. Because the American approach, the approach in the United States has perhaps a more solid ground, more uniform ground. The United States is one country, while Europe is a lot of countries. And therefore, giving or thinking about a uniform perspective in Europe a little bit closer to death, as the question is. The lack of uniformity is a big problem. The lack of political representation and also the different political representation among the different states, countries in Europe. Because, for instance, political representation of liberalism in the Netherlands is definitely different from an hypothetical political representation of liberalism in Italy or Spain. So when we have this confusion of concepts, I think that the whole idea, the whole concept is at risk because we don't know basically what we are talking about. Of course, we know what we're talking about, especially when dealing with classical liberalism. But in a future perspective, I see again a lot of confusion, and therefore I think the European liberalism might be a little bit more at risk comparing to the American liberalism, which is there since decades and does not suffer from the society as well, and this might create a little bit of a confusion.
And Gianmarco, can you repeat the last sentence? We had some technical problems.
Yes, that the different societies and ideologies, economics and political orientations in the different European countries might create quite some trouble for the European.
Yes. So also, I will. In other words, the American liberalism is stronger because it's not so fragmented as such as Europeans divided into many European countries, and also.
If we want to if we want to summarize it, I would say so. Of course, it is only my opinion, of course. But yes, in very short, you did you did a good synthesis. Yes, indeed.
I think Mr. agree also with you. Yeah. So as I see his reaction, Mr. Macháček, your position or
just a few remarks. I think it would be positive if I understand it well. What Mr. Joch said, that these days, if there are some classical liberals left in the US, they are hidden or more in a Republican Party or probably voting Republican Party. That would be more. They would be quite optimistic scenarios because if they have these beliefs, these principles, these ideals, they don't have to call necessarily themselves classical liberals just for the case of some order in terms, but they just have some representatives who represent their ideas. But it's not that easy because some of the or most of the Republicans are really conservatives, and especially now with these issues related to abortion and even contraception, etc. I know that it's a very sensitive and particular and unique topic for the US, so they might have troubles to decide if to vote for Republicans, or maybe because these issues are really troubling for some people, they might even prefer to vote for some progressive. But this is about the voting, so it's not about the political discussion or about political philosophy. And speaking about Europe, just based on my experience, for instance, when we started to think about this and organize this discussion, we had very welcoming remarks from everyone, from our partnership organization, from ELF, and that's great, we are doing it. And MEPs were saying that, okay, we will send you so many speakers, and finally it kind of evaporated. There is not much interest in these issues. We shouldn't be kidding to ourselves. The interest in these issues is very limited. And I visited few ALDE party congresses, and which are huge events with hundreds of MEPs and politicians, and they are discussing this and that. But I can tell you that they don't have seminars like this about this troubling development in what is the definition of liberalism. So you discuss everything. They discuss refugees. They discuss open borders. They discuss climate change. They discuss Fit for 55 and this and that. But there is no discussion about liberalism. And on some events organized through the Friedrich Naumann Foundation family, I remember you find few libertarians sometimes who are discussing if the center bank should be cancelled or not during some liberal games and discussion games, but that makes me a little bit pessimistic that there is no thirst and hunger for these discussions, which I myself consider absolutely crucial. These discussions, are not happening in Europe. The discussion we have here now. I don't know about any. If you know, let me know. But that's my impression as being a witness of few congresses of ALDE party myself.
Roman, you actively took the mic, so I think you have some, but shortly, because I would like to give some time for questions.
I would say that in the past, American classical liberals were more represented in the Republican Party rather than in the Democratic Party. That was the, let us say, Barry Goldwater, Ronald Reagan consensus, 60s till the end of the 20th century. However, now I would say that Republican Party is becoming a mess, but the main reason is not, let us say, authoritarian or coercive attitudes in cultural moral issues like abortion or others, but it's a cult of personality of the former President Donald Trump. And those supporters of Donald Trump who claim that, well, he was never mistaken, he was brilliant, he was great, he was not defeated in 2020, which was, of course, he was defeated, of course. He knew that, but he lied to his supporters all the time. He's lying till this day about that. But those who support him claim that they are something like national conservatives. And they try to import to America something like a European Tory or urbanist tradition of using government for their own, they call them conservative purposes, but in fact, it's a copying of the tactics of the American left. American left, or the left wing of the Democratic Party, claims that because of the terrible past of America, of racism, capitalism, and so on, we must provide something for our ethnic minorities, especially African Americans, but Hispanic Americans as well. And these Trumpist Republicans now would like to use the federal government for white middle-class Americans. So it's something like Tory paternalism there.
Okay, thank you. And I saw there was one question, but shorter question, please, and just introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Kamalovin speaking. I have a question for Mr. Joch. You've been advocating for freedom of speech, so I would like to ask you, what do you freely think, and how would you describe current administration in the White House, which is Kamala Harris, Joe Biden. I use this first Kamala Harris because she's well. Joe Biden is, as we can see many times, he's not well. He's having some troubles, you know. We don't know what are his troubles, but sometimes he cannot even see whom to shake the hand, you know, which is very sad as a leader of the free world. So I would like to know how would you describe political agenda of a Democratic Party, but also if you can describe Republican Party under Ron DeSantis, probably next president. Thank you very much.
And you have 2 or maximum 3 minutes to describe everything.
Well, American President Joe Biden is an old man, and for his age, he's doing well. I don't think I will be doing as well as he's doing now, and I don't expect I will live till his age. But the age is visible in him, and he is not fit for the office. Healthily, from health reasons, not political reasons. Again, I admire that he's doing so well in his age. I myself don't expect to live till that age. Now everybody sees that. That's visible. That's simply visible. And there are going to be elections, midterm elections next week, in a week, Tuesday next week. There is no surprise that the ruling party, the party of the president, will lose seats. They will lose the House. The Senate is more open as a question. But I am sure that from the Democratic Party, immediately after the elections there will be demands and voices that President Biden should promise that he will not run again, that Democrats will have a new candidate for president in 2024. Vice President Kamala Harris is even less popular than President Biden. So for Democrats, the best option would be a young or relatively young, middle-aged, successful governor of a reliably democratic state who is popular. So had I been a democratic strategist or donor, those are important. I would advise Democrats to choose a new candidate for president, and they could win. You have mentioned that Ron DeSantis could be a Republican candidate for president. Yes, he could be. He could even win. He is quite popular in his state, in other states. But I see as a great spoiler of Republican chances Donald Trump and his ego. If Donald Trump runs again, he will get the nomination. Because grassroots of the Republican Party are mad. They are deeply in love, historical love, with Donald Trump, and they would nominate him again if he runs. And if he runs, he will lose. The Democratic candidate, whoever he or she is, would beat again Donald Trump. And so I myself would recommend Republicans to nominate Ron DeSantis. He's the most electable Republican politician who could win presidency, but the Republican Party is in a suicide wish now, in a death cult of Donald Trump, and if Trump and his ego run again, he will win the nomination and lose the election. So there is nothing to do with that. It's one has another reason to admire all those Platonic and Aristotelian arguments against democracy. But that's the situation we are stuck in.
So we will see what will happen, but definitely now our time is over, so I would like to say thank you, gentlemen, Romanioch, Jan Macháček, and online Gianmarco Bovenzi, so grazie and arrivederci. And thank you for your attention. Now we will break for the lunch and we will continue at 1 p.m. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I will quote John Rawls, one of the most influential liberal philosophers of our times, who described the underlying principle of liberal society as justice as fairness. According to him, a well-ordered society must have a clear idea about justice, and its institutions must be defined by fairness. All institutions, that means that all institutions are to be fair to all cooperating members of society, regardless of their race, gender, religion, origin, talents, conception of good life, and so on. Inequalities in this system are possible provided that the system as a whole benefits from them and opportunities are open to all. The stability of a liberal society is derived from an overlapping consensus of the citizens who endorse a core set of rules and laws. They are willing to do so under one condition, that they perceive the society as generally just and fair towards all. In other words, a liberal society is in peril when it is viewed by its citizens as unjust and unfair. Unlike an authoritarian regime, it cannot defend itself through propaganda and repression. Trust in fairness is the Achilles heel of a liberal society. This fact is well known to those distributing anti-liberal propaganda and disinformation. Russian media portray the Western societies as inherently unjust, unfair, and practicing double standards towards their own citizens. And here comes the media part. How a citizen comes to trust or mistrust a social institution and believe it is fair or unfair. In complex modern societies like ours, it can be done, citizens cannot rely entirely on first-hand personal experience only to access a fairness of a society. Instead, most of us rely on second-hand information coming predominantly from media. In pre-social media times, mass media had several functions, but one of the most important ones was creating consensus. By doing so, they defended a social and economic model that allowed the media companies to prosper and the journalists to pay their bills. With the rise of social media, two things changed. First, social media discovered that polarizing users, in keeping them polarized, increases traction and thus revenue. And they set the algorithms to do so. Second, the economic model of the legacy media was broken, and they lost their monopoly in the business of creating social consensus. In fact, many of them entered the business of polarizing society instead, eventually creating social discord. The last two decades saw the rise of a new type of media, the openly and radically biased and polarizing one. It addresses only part of the society and does not care for the rest. Filtered news agenda, suppressing certain events, peddling conspiracy theories, double standards, disregard for different points of view, dehumanization of social groups and parties are only some of its characteristics. Originally, this media type was associated with a liberal agenda. Suffice it to mention Fox News. Unfortunately, legacy liberal media also joined the trend. They found an economic benefit in radical profiling. Even New York Times enjoyed a Trump bump, that is, increase in circulation and revenue, thanks to its one-sided coverage of the Trump presidency. Yes, also in the past, mass media had a certain profile. Some were leaning, let's say, to the left, some to the right, but seen from today's perspective, they were never so radical and, in fact, centrist. Most of them kept the tradition of the liberal discourse with its motto, dare to know. This meant forming an intellectual core and then testing against varied and even opposing opinions, with the mindset being that perhaps there is a grain of truth even in them. Also in this country we have seen more and more bias and polarization in the media landscape. One-sided agendas spilled from opinion pages to the newsrooms, where we can see more and more ideologically motivated filtering and suppressing of stories, investigating into some political actors and not in others, and so on and so forth. What we see are media fighting in the name of liberal democracy through illiberal means. I'm not going to, maybe I will disappoint someone, but I'm not going to mention any specific media, as I'm in conflict of interest and because they are not here to defend themselves. Instead, I would give you one example where, in retrospect, I have question marks about the way my paper handled the agenda. During the worst COVID-19 times, there were two big issues dividing the society: lockdowns and mass vaccination. My paper, as most of the mass media in this country, was generally supportive of both. We sought dissenting views in the case of lockdowns, but not so much, if at all, in the case of mass vaccination. In retrospect, I feel this approach, not only by my paper, but also by the others, fed the distrust that was widespread in parts of the population who felt manipulated into certain decisions. To sum it up, the polarization of media leads to widespread disbelief and distrust in social institutions, social groups, and the media themselves, which undermines the very fabric of the liberal society. The worst case scenario is a dystopia captured by the title of a best-selling book about the Russian society by Peter Pomerantsev. Nothing is true and everything is possible. A really serious discussion about how to avoid this sorry state is, to my view, one of the most pressing tasks for the future of liberal democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lind, for your inspiring remarks, and I would like to ask Mr. Tomsky for his opening.
This one? Hello, hello? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I better stand up. Thank you for the invitation, all of you. I thought that I would deliver a lecture. I've got a written paper which will take about 1 1/4. So I have to just use bits of it. I didn't realize that, you know, in old age. What I would like to say and emphasize is the roots of our trouble. That's the trouble of liberalism. You know that there is a war going on in the United States between the so-called liberals and those that are left-wing socialists, progressivists. Because in America, people were ashamed to use the word socialism for so long that this confusion has arisen. But what is liberalism and why has it morphed? Why has it become this new illiberal liberalism? First of all, liberalism is a belief in the supreme value of the individual, his freedom, his natural rights that exist independently of government, which ought to be protected and against government, by and against government. Liberalism advocates toleration in matters of morality and religion. It regards government as limited and individual as detached from tradition, custom, religion, and prejudice. Now, I am the prejudice party. I don't buy this. It has the same presuppositions as socialism. Each of them proposes a description of our condition and an ideal solution to it in terms which are secular, abstract, universal, and egalitarian. That is liberalism, traditional liberalism. each sees the world in these sacralized terms and in truth correspond to no lasting human experience, but only to cold paradigms, in my view, that haunt the brains of intellectuals. They are both detached from the concrete circumstance of human life and look on the world as a confluence of impersonal forces, whereby men live and find their local identity, ideas of allegiance, of country or nation, of religion and obligation, as all these are. For the socialist, mere ideology, and for the liberal, matter of private choice, to be respected by the state only because they cannot truly matter to the state. That would be my definition of liberalism. But why has it become an ideology? Why has it become a worldview? Because the greatest virtue of liberalism was tolerance. And that was extremely well provided by the famous book, which you all have read, no doubt, by John Stuart Mill, called On Liberty. And that is where we find the reason, and the deep reason, philosophical reason, why liberalism has become what it is now. There are some telling differences between what John Gray, rather a renowned liberal philosopher, until recently a professor at London School of Economics, regards as hyper-liberalism. He talks about a difference between these hyper-liberals and the former progressives. What has happened? According to the professor, the progressive thinkers of the past, particularly Karl Marx, did not regard colonialism, which has become such a feature of modern left-wing, so-called liberal thinking, as self-evidently damaging, like the liberals who claimed at the end of the Cold War with Francis Fukuyama that with the fall of communism, the world was witnessing the triumph of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. Of course, nowadays it is often mocked, yet most liberals still continue to insist that the arc of history curves in their direction. And despite the fact that the world is a patchwork of theocracy or secular dictatorships, and even the US appears to incline to becoming an illiberal regime, they pass over the fact that this is the case. In other words, the modern liberalism, which is illiberal, has become a worldview. It's no longer the virtue of tolerance, the idea that society is composed of many different groups and opinions. It has become a futurological ideology, one that believes in progress in a modern, different way. The idea of progress in the old days by the liberals was a spontaneous development. We allow freedom of expression. We will debate all these differences between us. We will discover that the debating is itself a way towards greater, perhaps more complicated truth. And we'll leave the world to develop by itself. But the modern illiberal liberals, the hyper-liberals, as John Gray calls them, have a definite vision of the future, like the Bolsheviks, like the Nazis, but not, of course, as vicious and dangerous as the two that I've just mentioned. But nevertheless, they have a definite view of the future. Now, I believe that we don't know the future. And this is the difference. Now, why is the problem already present in John Stuart Mill on liberty. I used to teach that little book to students in England and in the American university, and they were always very surprised by my insistence that this unlikely origin actually you find in John Stuart Mill. It has become canonical argument for free expression, the peculiar evil of silencing an opinion that is robbing the human race, posterity as well as the existing generation, those who dissent from the opinion, still more than those who hold it. This is John Stuart Mill. It's a marvelous way of putting it, that if we stop discussing it, we will rob ourselves of the possibility of arguing for the truth, even if the other party is correct. But if the other party is wrong, then we, of course, will not be able to replace it with a true opinion. Now, it's a very clever perception and livelier impression of truth that he produced by its insistence on collision with error. But Mill's argument has limitations, and that is the problem. It depends on the premise that truth should be valued as an end in itself. How many people do you know that value truth as an end in itself? I know very few. Mr. Macharczyk perhaps is a good example, but there are not many people like that. That is the great impediment. What if many people want what Mill described as the deep slumber of decided opinion? Imagine, deep slumber of decided opinion. In a later work, Mill suggested that anyone who knows the intellectual pleasure of free inquiry would prefer it over mere contentment. He says, it is better to be human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied. If the pig thinks otherwise, it is because the pig is not familiar with the marvelous delights of the mind. Mill's certainty on this point is, of course, a droll. Can be nothing else. It's a joke, really. He was insufficiently familiar with the lower pleasures to make a considered judgment. His assertion that human beings would prefer intellectual freedom over contented conformity is at odds with his empiricist philosophy, but never mind that. It was a matter of faith, of course. While he never faced up to the contradictions of his thinking, Mill was fully aware that he was fashioning a new religion. And here is the key problem, that even traditional liberalism, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but even traditional liberalism is a secular religion, influenced by Auguste Comte, exponent of what the French positivists described as the religion of humanity. Instead of worshipping a transcendent divinity, Comte proposes we should venerate the human species, mankind, as the new supreme being. Not long before the appearance of his work on liberty, Mill described this creed as a better religion than any called by the title. His transmutation of liberalism into a religion marked a fundamental shift. Liberal societies emerged as offshoots from Jewish and Christian monotheism that separated political and religious authority. This is where I agree with liberalism, because tolerance and political and religious tolerance was regarded by Locke and many others as virtue, as duty to God even. So that's where liberal conservatives are with liberalism. But Milton defended freedom of conscience and expression as a condition of true faith, while John Locke saw toleration as a virtue and duty to God. When they claimed universality for these values, they did so in the belief that they were divinely ordained. The secular liberals who followed made the claim to universality in a more radical form. in a more radical, secular form. Mill becomes clear in the third chapter on liberty that freedom no longer refers only to protection from coercion by the law or other people, a system of toleration, but to a radical type of personal autonomy. That's where conservatives would not agree. The ability to create an identity and a style of life for oneself without regard for public opinion or any external authority. In future, only a single type of life would be tolerated, one based on individual choice. But there are difficulties. A society that promotes individuality of this kind will iron out differences based on tradition and history. Again, in a society of the sort Mill envisioned, other religions and philosophy would be gradually eliminated. But if only one worldview is acceptable, what becomes of intellectual diversity? This is not a theoretical risk for Mill. He found it exemplified in Comte and called it liberticide, the destruction of intellectual freedom that comes when everyone is required to hold the same view. Does liberalism value free inquiry only insofar as it is useful in weeding out irrational beliefs? Comte was true to his conviction. He welcomed the rise of an intellectual orthodoxy with the power to impose itself on society. Mill, however, was horrified. So again, we should know that he had a problem. He believed, like Comte, he believed that humanity is a progressive species. Both believed in progress, though he diverged in how he understood this progress. He diverged from Comte in what is humanity. The conception of humankind as a collective gradually achieving its goals is not reached by observation. He was an empiricist, but this is a belief, this is a faith. These movements are exploiting needs that highly individual societies cannot study, would say the conservatives. So history now shows that large numbers want a sense of security more than personal autonomy. And I think this is the paradox. This is what we face today. And this is why a new worldview is being imposed on everyone in the name of liberalism. Hyper-liberals reject any idea that what they are promoting is an exorbitant version of the liberalism they incessantly attack. Yet the belief persists that a new society will appear once we have been stripped of our historic identities. Now, I believe in our historic identities, and I don't believe that we can impose a worldview on the world and still call ourselves liberals. Thank you very much for your attention. Oh, no, it's yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomsky. And I would like to ask now our guest online, Zina, for her opening remarks.
Hello, everybody. I hope you hear me and you see me. And, well, I take this for yes. So first of all, I want to thank to the organizers, to my colleagues from the Institute. I can only regret that I cannot be physically in Prague with you, Prague being one of my favorite, really favorite European cities. So I hope next opportunity will arise. So back to our topic of the conference and the panel today. I think freedom is an aspiration which is with us, with humans, since mankind has memory, and that won't change. So one cannot speak, of course, it's not dead, liberalism. Of course it is not. And of course it will be with us as soon as we are here. Even more, the times, in the times that our societies have been unfree, and when it happened that our freedom was taken away from us, we just these times only taught us to cherish and to value the freedom even more. In the half of Europe I'm representing here, I'm maybe the last generation that remembers very well those times when we were not free. And from these memories, also a particular and interesting consequences can be drawn, but I'll speak about that later. So the biggest threats of our times, I'll speak about briefly about two I feel I'm expert in, and these are the rule of law and environment and climate change. On the rule of law, I think it's not much to be said here. It's absolutely no compromise possible on that. Rule of law has been challenged for centuries, since the notion exists even. It is challenged every day, and it is challenged everywhere. No democracy can claim perfection in the area of rule of law. So in this area, I believe no compromise, no flexibility is possible. Absolutely not. The other very interesting feature of our time, or challenge of our time, being climate change, it's far more nuanced and far more interesting to be debated. Truth is that European Liberals Party were not the champion in this policy, not at all. Unfortunately, to my biggest regret. Somehow, even ALDE and even the national liberal parties, they are lagging behind, they're running behind the events. Here, clear champions being the Greens, the Social Democrats, and clear opposition expressing a different view on the way ahead were European, more conservative parties. So, unfortunately, I think that the liberals in Europe missed a big opportunity to lead the process towards the goal. If we perceive the goal for stopping the climate change as general, as widely consensual, as very broadly accepted by the people throughout Europe, the road to this goal is, on the other hand, can be very different. And again, I think liberals had much more to say on this, rather than just following the very popular and how to say, proclaimed as the only way to achieve the goals of the net zero economy. For example, in all the manifestos and initially announced policies, it was clearly said by the liberal parties that the market should be an incentive, that the market should be an integral part of this green transition. And we cannot see this throughout the legislation that is rapidly being adopted now. So that is what I mean by claiming for my personal disappointment that liberal parties could do much more and still can do much more by introducing the consensual way to the net zero economy, because as Mr. Tomsky said, liberalism is also about consensus. It's we have to agree all with the rules in order to be convinced to apply them and to obey to them. And in the case of the climate policy, of the green policy, we have huge differences among the European economies. We have certain economies that are already lagging behind the bigger, the stronger ones. And it is not very many people. There are not very many people who can tell you for sure what will happen after applying this legislation and what will happen with these already lagging behind economies. So again, I think more liberal approach would be very, very welcome from my side when shaping and introducing the Green Deal. Let's hope that this will improve soon. Having said that, I also refer to the biggest overarching threat from my point of view to the liberalism, and this is the populism. Because it is very difficult to, sometimes it is very difficult to recognize it. It is very easy to recognize racism, homophobia, xenophobia, all kinds of these issues. But populism can be very well hidden. It can take very different and invisible forms sometimes. And when you recognize it, it might be too late. So by introducing not well thought through policies, we can only fuel populism, which is absolutely detrimental to our societies. Another very big threat, I think, especially to my part of Europe, again, this is to try to defend liberalism with illiberal means. Because to our society here in Eastern Europe, some approaches that seem maybe perfectly well to our friends in established and old democracies resemble us to things that we have experienced during totalitarian communist times. What I mean, as Mr. Vachkov mentioned, the pandemic is a big issue. All these lockdowns and curfews, believe me, in my country, they resembled to the darkest times of the communist rule. The first years, I know it's brutality when people were not allowed to literally go to the streets. What to tell about the modern term of the content moderation in the social media? Of course, it is very well meant to not to allow hate speech, also to preserve us from radical speeches, from cyber crimes, if you wish. However, to many of my compatriots, it resembles censorship, as we knew it in the times of totalitarian rule. So again, we have to be very careful in the means we defend liberalism, especially in some parts of Europe, because we have the experience that have been spared to our friends in all the democracies, and maybe they don't have these sensors for these senses to feel this way of fear that is sometimes present in our societies, because what some observers call a democratic backlash or a liberal backlash in the Eastern European countries, some of them, or maybe most of them, I think is exactly the opposite. It's a fear that our freedom might be taken away from us by various means, with all the good intentions. And again, I think this is something we should look into and not apply one-size-fits-all approach, which is proved in history not to be successful. So in this respect, I can remember Hillary Clinton's an iconic liberal. What she said in her book about her lost elections, that an open, inclusive, diverse society is the opposite of an anecdote to a closed society where there is only one right way to think, believe, and act. So even being very difficult and very hard by taking decisions and by taking decisions for by hundreds of millions of people like in Europe, I think the debate and the consensus are indispensable with what we call liberal democracy, in order to really safeguard our unity, our integrity as society, because the division in our societies is very big. I'm happy that there is no such division yet in the EU among the countries, and this is an extremely, extremely good and fortunate thing. But let's not sit and wait if it will come, and really have the debate and really have the consensus there for all our ways ahead in all our policies, and of course it's not always everybody can be happy, but sticking together and hold each other in these times of epidemics, crisis, wars is the most important thing. And to do so, we need all the time, constantly, to hear each other and to listen to each other. So these were my very brief remarks. I'm happy to discuss it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask now Mr. Kovanda for his opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. As Mr. Macháček has said, I'm economist, so I will try to tackle the topic from an economical point of view. The name of the conference is, if I'm right, liberalism is not dead. Well, I think classical liberalism is almost dead, at least in mainstream discussion. I don't see many commentators or intellectuals in current mainstream in the Czech Republic or elsewhere in the Western world who would subscribe to the ideas of classical liberalism. What we call liberalism today, or what a majority of intellectuals or commentators or journalists or even politicians call liberalism, is in fact a kind or a new form of progressivism, and we cannot see many common things with the liberalism in its real form, because classical liberalism is, I think, completely different than progressivism. Progressivism, the idea of progressivism is that we can direct society, or we can govern society by regulations, by even by state oppression, if we think that our goals are really progressive and right. Famous philosopher and economist, Nobel laureate Friedrich August von Hayek claimed that we have two major worldviews. First is taxis, second cosmos. And taxis is a view that, a worldview that we can govern society by regulation, by governmental decrees and so on. On the other hand, cosmos is a worldview that there are self-governing forces in any society, like market, like institution, that are creating by citizens, and they not the citizens don't need to have government to create these rules, and they are self-governing to a large extent. Of course, there are some institutions There are even some politicians, even some government, but only limited government without any progressive goal how and where to direct the society. On the other hand, progressivists, as I see them, have the view that we must govern society and direct society to some goals, to achieve some goals. For example, carbon neutrality is one of them. So we have carbon neutrality for 2050 in European Union. It's a goal, it's a major goal. And to achieve this goal, according to liberals, but these are not liberals, as I said, these are progressivists, to achieve this goal, we can, for example, suppress market forces. We can, to a large extent, suppress society itself, because the goal is so important that we can use, as Mr. Tomsky has said, we can use illiberal means even to defend the way to the goal, carbon neutrality. So because of that, then there is, and there are many numbers on it and many statistics on it, then we can impose stricter and stricter regulation on society, on entrepreneurs, on companies, and we are doing it because, according to progressivists, the goal is right. And that's not just climate change and related things that's influenced by this view. For example, current situation with stimulus packages and all those stimulus and other programs that are focusing on how to prevent or how to help companies and citizens with high prices of energies. High prices of energies, in fact, are to a large extent an outcome of progressivism, of the failed idea that we can do our green transformation with Putin's gas. It was a wrong idea, and I think that if we have had true liberalism governing our society in last 10 or 15 years ago, that there wouldn't be such a problem with energies like we have it today. Because the idea that we can do the green transformation quite easily with Putin's gas and with wind farms and solar plants, I think it was a bad idea, but because market forces were to a large extent suppressed by the progressive idea of ever greener economy and carbon neutrality. So that's the reason. That's an outcome of progressivism, of failed progressivism, and our solution to that is even more progressivism. So we are now trying to have even bigger debt and even deeper debt, going even deeper into debt, and somehow tackle the problem that is really a fatal one because of impact on industrial production overall in Europe, for example, and there is no easy solution of that problem. But there's still the view very strong that next time we won't do the mistake like we did it in the last 10 or 15 years. But as long as we have this form of progressivism called liberalism, falsely called liberalism, as long as we have this form of it governing our society and governing our economy, I'm afraid that we will be facing even more problems, and we will go into an even deeper debt, because debt is the only solution that progressivists has had when progressivism fails. And it fails inevitably, because I don't believe that we can have, and history shows it, that we can have it during the wars, for example, when for a limited time period we can govern society according to what Hayek calls taxes. But the real development of society, long-term development of society, I think to that we need to conform to cosmos worldview. So as long as we have this type of progressivism in the future, we will face more and more problems, and I'm afraid that one day it won't be sustainable because of the forces of cosmos that will show us that we are on the wrong way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lukáš. We are a little bit running out of time, but I would like to ask Mr. Filip Blaha for his speech, and then I have to announce in advance that in this panel we a little bit failed because we will not have a discussion, we will only have presentations because there is a panel after us. So you will have a space now, and then we will go after you finish immediately for the last panel of today's seminar. So floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation, first of all. In discussion like this, I often say that reading classical liberal authors such as Hayek, Friedman or Mises is great, but they don't exactly provide us solution for modern problems of our age, such as the climate change, for example. And make no mistake, climate change is a problem. It's not catastrophe, but it's a problem. It's a problem, however, I believe we are able to solve, and we are able to solve it with liberal solutions, with pro-market solutions. But we must actively propose them. The liberals must be in this debate voice of reason, not like a socialist, which would like to regulate our way through the carbon neutral economy, but not like some conservatives or nationalists which are trying to ignore this problem, because there is no point in denying things such big as climate change when we have solutions for that. And what are those solutions? Well, even if the classical liberal authors don't provide exact solution, they kind of gave us the tools. Tools we can, I would say, name in three main pillars. It's our wealth, the strength of our economy. This is the first one. The second one is the human ability to produce innovations and new technologies, which are helping us protect environment for, I would say, centuries now. And the third one is freedom to choose from the many alternatives. Now, what is currently happening in this discussion is that some pro-environmental activists or politicians are admitting that one of the pillars, our wealth, and trying to use it for the solution. However, they are ignoring the remaining two, or even trying to block them. But if some foundation based on three pillars lost the two of them, it will eventually fall. Well, the Green Deal is only based on the economy side. It's based on the thing that we can spend a lot of money for the tackling of climate change, but it's sort of blocking our ability to produce new technologies that would help us to deal with climate change and innovations by stressing only one part of the energy mix, for example. or two till recent, till we had the Russian gas, the renewables. But some states are not, from the perspective of geoclimatic condition, they are not set up only for the new renewables majority of energy mix. They need to also a strength part of nuclear energy. But this is something which is not very stressed in current energy mix debate. The third thing is very connected with the second pillar, the freedom of choice. So states should be enabled to choose which carbon neutral source of energy they would like to use and on which they would like to base their economy. The Central European countries are proposing long the nuclear energy with new small modular reactors that could be very helpful in this situation and its solution. The Baltic states are, as I mentioned before, one of the states which are perfectly set for the renewables. Even there, the offshore wind farms are built from private resources without the state subsidies, which is something that liberals should welcome. So, to sum it up, perhaps the three pillars need to be addressed all equally. The economy part, the innovation part, and also the freedom to choose part, because, and I would like to quote one of the most famous free market environmentalists, Julian Simon, the ultimate resource is human mind. But the human mind can solve our problems of modern age if it doesn't have resources for it, the economic ones, and doesn't have a freedom to do so. Because if we set all our resources to only one way, and that way will fail, as it's proving right now with current European plans for the protection environment, we will lose both our economy and also our environment.
Okay, thank you very much, Philip. And I'm once again, I'm apologizing for not at this panel not having any time to open the discussion because the speeches were longer than expected. But anyway, it was interesting. I would like to thank all the panelists, also Mr. Tomsky, who escaped, but will show up later definitely, managed to escape. Po anglicku, as we say in Czech. So thank you, Veselin, thank you, Lukáš, thank you, Philip, once again. And we will go immediately for the last panel. So I hope you will enjoy it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will start our last panel today. The panel is called is following the previous panel, and our panel is called Liberalism and Contemporary Challenges. Let's say Chapter 2, and we will speak about the topics connected with liberalism as social networks and new censorship, liberalism and the fight against terrorism, liberalism and European integration, and liberalism and the four freedoms of the EU single market. I would like to introduce also our speakers. I will start with our foreign guests. Stefano Adamo, Associate Professor of Italian Culture at the University of Banja Luka in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Online we have Christopher Gliedel, Director of the PEDI Ashdown Forum. So welcome, Mr. Gliedel.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Here we also have in the hall, we have Jacques Rupnik, professor at the Sciences Po University in Paris, and not only in Paris, I think. In Belgium also there is a, yeah. Okay. And also we have Miroslav Crha, lawyer from the NGO Reconstruction of the State. Yeah. And as I mentioned, these 4 topics, social networks and new censorships, fight against terrorism, European integration, 4 freedoms. I would like to ask you, distinguished guests, if you can start, and from this list of these 4, just choose the most important one for you, and if you can speak what are the challenges for liberalism in connection with social networks or terrorism. So start like a down up, what you see as the most important if we speak about these challenges, and I will start with Stefano Adamo first.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here and for the Institute for having me here. In connection with my experience, now long time experience in Bosnia-Herzegovina as a foreign observer, there are a few things I would like to share with you regarding the topics of the day. The challenges for liberalism in countries that are transitioning from the socialist past, but in the case of Bosnia-Herzegovina, also from a civil war. Certain challenges that liberalism faces there appear like our own, but within a loop. They're just more visible. They look bigger. Among these, I would like to mention 2 of the subtopics of this panel, terrorism and integration with the EU, because they're both quite important, quite prominent in the region, not only Bosnia-Herzegovina. Let's start with the first, terrorism. If I was able to project a slide or an image today, I would have shown you a photo, a pic that I took from my car one day in the city of Banja Luka, where a police operation was taking place. And the policeman was dressed as a soldier in a combat theater, with all the gears in place and with a weapon of what we would call a war weapon, not just a pistol or whatever else police wears. They were arresting members of local criminal organizations. It was not technically an anti-terror operation. However, the certain parts of the police in Bosnia-Herzegovina, especially in the Republic of Srpska, the Serbian part, are trained for much more important types of operations. Now, what makes us, what can we derive from this observation? Well, that the war on terror, as we saw 20 years ago with the US, and we can see on a smaller scale perhaps today in a country like Bosnia and elsewhere, is sometimes used to build up a state capacity for other things than the war on terror. In the case of the Republic of Srpska, it's probably a way to warn the international community and the other communities within Bosnia, the Bosniak community and the Croat community, about the intention of seceding, which was heralded and was repeated in many ways and many times over the past few years. From a liberal perspective, this brings us back to a topic that was central at the time of the post-September 11, in the post-September 11 period, which is to always be a watchdog in both directions. On one hand, regarding the perils, the dangers that may come from the sheer violence brought up by terrorist organizations, but then on the other hand, also watch out for the reaction that even democratic states may have to counter these dangers. And in fact, Bosnia-Herzegovina is today sort of a safe haven for drugs and weapons smuggling and trafficking, and members of the institutions, especially certain parts of police, often are arrested, we read in the newspapers, for their involvement in this kind of trafficking. Regarding European Union, there's a connection also with this. As has been the case with Italy in the past, and even today to an extent, the European Union, as a sort of super state, is seen not so much as a danger for the liberal democratic setting of the country, but as an enabler of a better functioning rule of law type of country, which Italians felt for a long time they were lacking, especially in between the 80s and 90s, where the country really went after EU rules and the adoption of the euro as an external constraint for certain aspects of the Italian politics that didn't feel right, didn't work right, especially the fiscal policy and the monetary policies. For countries in transition, like the Balkans and Bosnia and Herzegovina, is very much similar. The Bosnia community in particular, after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, has started to call for joining the European Union, and it's news of a few days ago that they obtained that the Commission rooted for candidate status, giving them candidate status, precisely as some sort of overarching power to make local powers work more functionally, work even in a more democratic sense. And this brings us to the last point I want to make before finishing, which is, and is of course a challenge for liberalism, is really about the connection between the population and the ruling elites. Because liberalism was born historically at the time in which the public sphere was formed in England in the early 18th century. I mean, liberalism really as a political day-to-day tool, not as an idea, which is obviously preceding. Well, today, what is lacking in many places, and certainly from what I see in Bosnia-Herzegovina, is the existence of a free public sphere where people can discuss together, even outside of the formal institutions, about the common thing, right? The res publica, what is public. This is, I think, something that, as liberal, we should consider very important and perhaps help those who are in want of it try to attain it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the same question for Mr. Glidl. So please choose from the list: social networks, new censorship, terrorism, European integration, for freedoms. What do you see as the most actual challenges for liberalism? And we will be very happy to listen to your ideas.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today, and thank you for that really interesting opening. And in a way, I will actually sort of take a slightly different approach and sort of discuss the whole, and particularly with the points that were just made, particularly with the population and the links to the ruling elite. And so, looking at it from the whole, I very much look at it as a sort of liberals attract highly educated intellectual types who get the common sense values of liberalism, inclusivity, an equitable and fair free market economy, and so on. But what does this mean to ordinary people who, at such an urgent time as this, many struggle to pay their energy bills and put food on the table for their children? On the whole, people are not extremists. They live their lives as well and as good as they possibly can with the resources that they have. They do not walk towards extremists, but are pulled by inflammatory one-line messages that are designed to ignite their fears. And education is at the heart of what I consider liberals and liberalism need to do better, expressing the values of liberalism in terms of what it means to ordinary people, not as part of some intellectual debate, but action that takes place on the ground in communities that are interdependent with districts and regions, nations, and so on. Liberalism is too easily viewed as sitting between left and right, each with their clear-cut messages, while common sense views that act as a bridge get shrouded in the mist from both sides. I appreciate that complex systemic solutions can seem harder to communicate when against hardline single-focusing messages that ignite people's fears. Balanced messages are more complex because they are naturally inclusive. But when viewed, mapped, and delivered in the context of societal and environmental perspectives and applied to the lives of ordinary people and not just intellectual elites, what appears complex can be simplified into the context of everyday life. Through better education that extols the benefits of more systemic approaches, that raises the competence and delivery of system literacy. Can true balance, equality, diversity and inclusion come? For systems understanding balances the delivery of those who have gifts in academia and those who have gifts which are more practically based. A world where apprenticeships, for example, are not viewed as second class to pursuing an academic path. It is certainly from my experience, practical people are typically better and faster at problem solvers. Importantly, too, in bringing such inclusion brings the virtues of liberalism into the homes of ordinary people as they can feel the benefits to their lives. The key aspirations of ordinary people are not different to our liberal values. It is that caught between clear messages of left and right, being seen as being no more than striking a balance, is seen to be less trustworthy. And trust is vital for resilience, as resilience is founded on trust. But when we're viewed as idealists with a good heart, does that make us relevant to the public as a whole? So if I could sort of beg your indulgence and just leave a few thoughts out in the table. We must avoid blurring policy distinctiveness by avoiding defining ourselves in terms of others' behavior. Avoid being a movement of protest without decisive leadership and government potential. Educate, become real to ordinary people who are doing their best with what they have. There is much to be learned from them. Being a picture of moderation and walking a middle ground can sometimes be perceived as chaos and uncertainty, and clarity on liberal positions and what it means to ordinary people will avoid having to react to events. So clarity will stop extremists splitting the opposition where divide and conquer rules. And don't be against stuff, be for stuff. I'm reminded of Mother Teresa, who was once asked if she would speak at an anti-war rally. She humbly declined, adding that if the organizers would schedule a for peace rally, she would be the first one there. So this is thinking in 3 dimensions and not thinking in silos, but understanding it's not so much about things, but the relationship between things. It creates decisive, inclusive, just and equitable outcomes, as it is the outcomes that are the focus and not the process. So sort of going back to also the title of today's event, liberalism is far from not dead. Never has the world needed the common sense approach more. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do hope also that liberalism is far from that. And the same question for Miroslav Crha. I think, I bet, I know the topic you will speak about.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for the invitation here. It's an honor to be here among esteemed guests. It's turned on. It's turned on. Yeah, it's working. So you were right, Mr. Matza. The topic that I will choose is freedom of speech and social networks. It's what I do as a lawyer at Reconstrucție Statu. It's what I'm focused on. And to begin with, I would like to paint a picture for you of what I think the challenge is, because we are focused on challenges, right? So I want to show the scale of what we're dealing with. In the 90s, the internet was a place for technologically skilled enthusiasts. It was a place where they could freely express themselves on a historically unprecedented scale. But the problem was that a great many people wanted to have the same freedom of expression, but did not have the same technological skills that would allow them to use this. So there was a big space for a newcomer, and that is technological platforms, digital platforms, social networks, marketplaces, app stores, file sharing sites, etc. And these virtual places are run by private companies, and they allow even someone who can barely type on a keyboard to become a creator and reach potentially massive audiences. But as these platforms grew, it becomes evident that they hold immense power to limit the freedom that they initially provided, and that we have all come to rely on, of course. So it is a freedom that allowed marginalized people to become more public and to present themselves. It is a freedom that allowed activists, journalists, and citizens to face the power and defend democracy, and it's a freedom that made it ever easier to become an entrepreneur and to innovate. But as the current system goes, these freedoms are now at the hands of advertising companies and the platforms themselves. We rely on them, but there is no democratic oversight over them. And these services, first of all, they over-delete because they are not interested in content that does not fill their commercial interest, but also they are incapable of even preventing illegal activity on their platforms. If we take the scale, on YouTube, 183 hours of video content are uploaded every minute. It's an unprecedented scale, and there is no control democratically over the policing of it. So then, at this moment, now that I've painted the challenge, freedom of speech is being redefined. It's finding new meaning in a new world. And the question is, what is a liberal position towards it? And I think that there are 3 levels that we should consider. 3 levels of what freedom of speech, freedom of expression may mean to us. First is, in the legal sense, in the strictest legal sense, in the human rights sense, freedom of expression. It's an incredibly elemental and historically proven value. There I have to be frankly quite optimistic in regards to Czech Republic. I think that our society and our civil society has a very strong drive to oppose limitations to freedom of speech. I think it's a cultural experience that leads it this way. And while there are sometimes, for example, legislative attempts to limit freedom of speech, they generally tend not to go too far. As a recent example, you may have seen or noticed the anti-disinformation bill that is being drafted by the Ministry of Interior. It was criticized publicly by several people, including me, and I was very pleased to hear that the ministry got to me and wanted to discuss with me how to better protect freedom of speech in the bill that they are drafting. So that is, in my view, a positive experiences, and it shows that this interest is vital in a Czech policy debate. The second level of freedom of speech, I would say, is the opportunity for speech. Opportunity for speech and its dissemination. How can I be heard, and who determines how many people hear me? And that is, I think, where our vows with platforms are. Platforms, of course, have a sovereign power to decide my opportunity for speech, and I think that's why we need a sort of revolution there to ensure that platforms work similarly like email does in the future. It means you could be able to choose who your provider is. You could choose how do you filter, view, and sort what you receive. But despite that, you should still be able to see content created by anyone else on the same technological standard. That's called interoperability. I think it's the future for social networking, and it's something that new European rules are somewhat moving towards. But it is evidently a far way off. It's evidently something that will take a long while. And here, though I see that it might be counterintuitive, I feel that the liberal position actually is to promote or to value that sort of interoperability. Because here we are not choosing between state regulation and freedom, we're choosing between state regulation and a private power that can be less liberal at times. And the last level, I think, that I want to talk about is the culture of freedom. This is, I think, at the heart of liberal philosophy, and it's not appreciated enough nowadays, in my opinion. It's how freedom of speech is connected to the right to self-determination, right to personal identity, freedom of opinion, and personal autonomy and individuality. And these values, I think, are best summarized by the famed Voltaire quote. I may not agree with what you have to say, but I will defend to death your right to say it. So, that's, I think, my point, that we should not delegitimize our opponents as part of a liberal ideology. And that brings me to my last point. One of the questions in the challenge was, what is censorship nowadays? What is modern censorship? And here I have a little bit of a plea, maybe, for all of us to do better, be more consistent in looking after what is criticism and what is censorship. I think these points often get mixed up nowadays. I think it's muddling the political debate in a sense. And for me, the difference is power and the willingness to use that power. So if we take, for example, the power of social networks, TikTok has been seen to delete content made by ugly people because it does not promote their financial interest. We can see also state power limiting freedom of speech. I think one of the questions in the invitation here was whether Viktor Orban is an ally of liberals. I think not. I think that he is actually using his power to bully universities and journalists. So I think that is also something that we should be wary of. On the other hand, what I think is maybe an overestimated, overappreciated danger is the work of, for example, progressive commentators. I think that's not maybe a severe threat that we should focus on because there is no power of enforcement. Some people can call to boycott someone on Twitter, but the only thing they can do is just not view that person, not view their content. So in my view, that is maybe against culture of freedom, but it is not as severe a threat to human right, freedom of speech, and it's not a severe threat for opportunity of speech. So that would be my conclusion, that we should focus on first of all allowing speech, second of all giving opportunity for it, and third of all respecting it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to ask Mr. Rupnik also.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation, and it's timely to discuss liberalism in times which are not very favorable to liberalism. In fact, I could entitle the few things I have to say about liberalism in retreat, and try to understand why is European liberalism, or at least liberalism in Europe, finding itself in dire straits. There are circumstantial reasons, and there are maybe deeper reasons. The circumstantial reasons we know very well. It goes back to the financial crisis of 2008 and the consequences that it had on the global economy and the backlash that came from that. You have the COVID pandemic and the way the state had to step in to protect not just the health of its citizens, but the economy. And now we have war. And in times of war, with even countries that are not directly involved, but still contributing from the outside to the war effort, and having to face the consequences in terms of inflation, if nothing else, and how to respond to that. Suddenly, you know, all these phenomena have, over the last decade or so, brought the state back. So if you look at the post-89 period in Europe, it was seen as the period, let's say, the triumph of liberal Europe, which was part of globalized economy, globalized progress of democracy. Some people believed global civil society. I mean, Mary Kaldor with her annual volume, you know, Global Civil Society and things like that. Well, that is old history now. We are in a different period, as I said, because of the economic crisis, because of the COVID and the war. And so the space for liberalism is shrinking because the need for state intervention has become greater. If one has to look at the deeper undercurrents, one explanation for the retreat of liberalism, or the difficulties of liberals in Europe today, is the post-89 confusion, or between economic and political liberalism. I mean, there is a relationship between the two. We don't have time to discuss that now, but the two have been all too easily lumped together. And one thing is the market economy with its logic, its consequences, etc., etc. And another thing is the political liberalism based on the separation of power, the rule of law, and all the constitutionalism that goes with it. The two things can be related, but not necessarily, not always. You can have market economy without political liberalism. We know that. So the confusion between the two created, I think, a situation that when the financial and economic crisis came, and the markets have been seen as the, let's say, prime cause of that, suddenly the state had to step in in the United States. I was in the United States when the financial crisis broke up. You know, it was a Republican government which came in to rescue Wall Street. So that was, that confusion created, I think, in many circles, a backlash against liberalism, or prepared the background of what is often described as a populist backlash against liberalism. Well, that had to do with that confusion. The backlash against political liberalism, to put it another way, became the casualty of the backlash against economic liberalism. Okay, that's another way of putting it. The second reason why European liberalism is in dire straits has to do with its involvement or sidetracking from the defense of liberal principles such as those that I've just mentioned, the rule of law, the separation of powers, the freedom of speech, the freedom of association, basic freedoms that we associate with liberalism. It has been sidetracked, I would say, by part of, let's say, liberals on the left in the progressive agenda that has been developing and as part of what, let's call it the culture wars, which you can make a case for, you can also make reservations against. Milan Kundera, the Czech writer, my Parisian friend, used to call it, he said, he spoke about the proliferation of rights. He said, every desire becomes a right nowadays. So every group now, and this proliferation, not just of basic fundamental rights, but proliferation of rights to be defended as group rights under the liberal banner has also created a backlash, this time not on the left, but on the right. And liberalism, liberal principles become squeezed between, let's say, those who want to take it into this progressive direction and the conservative, very conservative backlash that is going on. I mean, I've just been to the United States and was given the list of books banned in high schools in some of the states. This is amazing. I mean, some of the classics of European literature are banned today in schools. You know, so this is serious stuff. You know, so the conservative backlash is part of that. So I think this is a second reason for the for Europe becoming, European liberalism becoming squeezed. One lesson from that would be for the EU in particular to be a very strong, uncompromising defender of the rule of law, of the separation of power, of the freedom of expression, of the media, etc., etc. And there is a lot to do in Europe about that. And be much more careful in stepping into the idea of protecting all sorts of group rights, which may have a case, may not. This is a big debate in our societies, and the EU is in difficult position to be imposing, even European courts, imposing decisions in that area. That is at least my impression. The final point has to do, is an extension of that, and has to do that if the European Union stands for the liberal idea of an open society and of an open public space and of a borderless European Union. So if you have the free single market, free movement of people, goods, etc. Yes, we enjoy the Schengen free move. You know, I can come from Paris. There's no borders, nothing. Okay, that's a great that's a great thing. But if we don't have borders in our midst, great thing. We still need borders outside, all the more so. if you've taken somebody in, it means you've left somebody out, by definition. So I think that this question, unless Europe is clear about this idea that we defend the freedom of movement and all the things associated with it in the EU, it means all the more demanding on the protection of external borders, including in its security dimension. So this is something that liberals are not very good at thinking through. That second point. The first point they're very good at, why we need to have a free speech and free movement and free all this, they're very good. They're not always been very good at that. So the best way for European liberalism to recover, or let's say to survive this period of retreat, is perhaps to cling to what Judith Clark, a great political thinker who used to teach at Harvard when I was a student there, she used to speak of liberalism of fear. Sometimes the fear from something forces people to ask or insist that their freedoms be protected. And by whom? Well, it has to be protected by the state. So back to the question, the state not just seen as the intruder that has been threatening or shrinking our freedoms, but the state that may be necessary sometimes to protect them.
So what a nice paradox. And thank you, Mr. Rupinik, because in the previous panel there were no time for the questions. I would like to ask you, so I see Mr.
Hello, my name is Martin Pangratz, and I would like to ask our panelists about, or raise a question of European integration. For my personal point of view, the practical way of European integration, how we see it every day for the last 10 or 15 years, is it's very illiberal in terms of, very systematically and long-term breaking its own rule of subsidiarity, which says that the problems should be decisions should be taken at the lowest possible level. So it's more and more, taking the authorities towards Brussels. And second, and this is for me I just put two examples. One example is energy. We are being, removed from the right to decide which kind of energy we use. I would like to choose energy. I am conscious about carbon dioxide and global warming. I would like to use energy which is the lowest in carbon dioxide production, but it has been decided by the Brussels instead of me. I am not able, according to Brussels elites, I'm not able to decide it, so they decide for me. They staple carbon dioxide molecules by labels. For instance, the carbon dioxide produced from natural gas is transitionary green. It's not green, but they say that they decided it's transitionary green until some period which will be negotiated by them and the states. The same is atomic energy, They are blocking for the long time, Central Europe, and the second example, very good, is the so-called recovery and resilience facility, which actually says we will borrow together money, you local governments or national governments will give us consent to it, your citizens will pay for it, even the children who have not born yet, and you will say to your citizens, this is EU who is paying for all these projects. And so this deal has been taken. My children who are not, don't have voting rights have not decided about it, but it was decided, and I think the EU integration means for me very illiberal project. What do you think about it?
I will ask with this question. I will start with Mr. Rupnik. Your illiberal progress of European integration.
Well, I happen to disagree. No, I think the EU is a liberal project, but then it depends what we understand as liberal project. If liberal project is everybody does what they want, where they want, and they call it European Union, that is not liberal project. So you say something has been decided in Brussels. Well, it has been decided in Brussels because with the participation of the Czech democratically elected Czech government, which currently has the presidency of the European Union, and certainly it wants to, if it wants to voice some of the recriminations you have, well, it certainly has the great opportunity to do so, because it is now in charge of coordinating number of policies of the European Union, including the energy policy that you've just mentioned. I mean, it brings me to a point. The EU has been, over the years, because this is not new, of course, has been the target of two opposite criticisms. There are those who think, like you, that EU is an illiberal project. It's constraining. I remember Václav Klaus in this country saying, calling it a socialist project. It's something that with its regulation, it's something constraining us, etc. Because they had the wrong idea that market is something opposite to regulation. No, markets need regulation. If we have a market for 500 million people, you need some regulation for that market to be able to work. Otherwise, it's not a market. It's a kind of jungle. So it's one criticism is, over-regulation. This is a kind of protectionist project or socialist project. And then you have the opposite criticism of those who say, no, the EU is the ultra-liberal project which is a tool of globalization. This is the left-wing critique has been over the years, and I've heard it in France over the years. It's still there, not with the current government, but in the opposition. Yes, the EU is a tool for dismantling national industries, national barriers, national priorities, national interests, and it's created this great free-for-all because it believes in free trade, and because it thinks that free trade is the road to peace and prosperity, etc. And it's deluding itself, and it's deluding the ordinary people. So we have the two opposite criticism. You know, it's a socialist project that stifles freedom. There are those who say it's a liberal free market project that that is a tool of globalization.
Thank you. I would like to ask you, Mr. Glidl, also, but shorter comment, European integration, illiberal European integration, but shorter comment, please.
Yes, of course. Yeah, integration is I think it's a great liberal project, but I think the translation of it to the people can be sometimes be found wanting, because the approach taken is too systematic rather than systemic, which rather leaves aside the point that the whole can actually be greater than the sum of the parts. And so when looking at integration, sometimes protectionism can get in the way. And a sort of a metaphor for that, to also go a little bit way to answering and that second part of the question, which was all around energy, is again, you see a lot of solutions to, for example, climate and the energy crisis is actually we have already in our hands the tools to actually tackle a lot of the climate and biosphere issues and a lot of issues of the energy crisis by looking at actually integration of different technologies that are already existing. So rather than innovating constantly, which is a draw also on the energy, but actually use better what we already have. And that, again, that type of approach to both the energy and also social integration can actually help speed up the understanding of actually how being together is always much better than just on the end of a free trade agreement.
Thank you, and very short remark from Miroslav Crha.
Yes, thank you. I want to agree with the question asker about the point that European institutions, as part of their integration, have always been using their power to expand their power. It's one of the leading interpretations of how integration has worked. So that's certainly a trend that I also see. The question is whether that is in itself illiberal, of course. And here I have to agree with Professor Rupnik. I really like the interpretation. I see in the fields that I'm working on, especially freedom of speech and regulation of the digital world, that national states are growing weaker and weaker in relation to supranational corporations, right? And here I feel that European approach might be actually, in regards to subsidiarity, the only possible approach, because if we talk about regulating Airbnb, regulating Facebook, regulating all these supranational stuff, Czech state is just too small.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have seen Mr. Kaplan, but very short question.
Okay, very short. I will ask what do you feel it could be the right distribution of power between the European level and national levels, because on my view, the national state level, besides France, Germany, Italy, is zero or close to zero. It's also now seen from the Russian aggression. So how you see the future in 10, because I think for liberals, this is only approach how to come to the middle of things.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Very good question, Stefano Adamo. Distribution of power.
Distribution of power. This leads us back to the problem of a subsidiarity once again, which is and it is connected to the preceding question, because obviously subsidiarity would be the first answer. You know, let every polity, every community, every country take as many decisions as possible with regards to themselves. However, the European Union faces one major difference compared to other political unions in history, which is its extreme diversity. Extreme internal diversity, which from an economic perspective, and not only economic, creates a big problem of free riding. And we're already seeing that there are some countries that are free riding within the European Union in recent years. And on the other hand, there is the possibility of local political elites that rule with disregarding the rule of law and disregarding the basic rules of a liberal society. So the balance between the superstate and the principle of subsidiarity, I think it's essential, and maybe it is me who's lacking creativity, but I have a lot of trouble thinking of any overarching solution to this problem. Okay, I won't go on because I'm already.
We are a little bit running out of time. So, gentlemen, you wanted some comment, or
maybe just a very short one.
One sentence.
Right. I agree with subsidiarity, but also European law is based on the principle that we expect states to be democratic. So, in order for it to work, there also needs to be some baseline for rule of law that is demanded at the European level.
Gentlemen, the last question I would like to ask you for one sentence answer. Yeah, this conference has a name. Liberal is not dead, and as Mr. Gliedl mentioned, liberalism is far from that. But also, Mr. Rupnik said that, in other words, liberalism is good for good weather, for good conditions. as also it was mentioned that it is an optimistic approach, and we don't live in such optimistic times. So my last question is how to make liberalism great again. One sentence answer, please.
I won't give a recipe. I would comment.
This was one sentence already.
No, liberalism is not only not death, it's becoming wiser, in my opinion. It's becoming wiser than it was 30 years ago in the aftermath of the great victory over the East-West confrontation.
Okay, in my opinion, as we are in crises now, there is a war going on in Ukraine, etc. It becomes easier to securitize political issues, and it becomes easier to see the immediate needs and to not focus on long-term liberal democracy framework. So in that sense, I would say right now liberalism is perhaps ever more relevant because we need to focus on defending our democracy on a long-term scale.
I very much agree with that. Europe was born as a liberal, as a defense of a liberal democracy in the Cold War context vis-à-vis the communist bloc in the East. Today, after the end of the triumphalist period is clearly over, but the rise of new authoritarian threats in Europe, but also around the globe, the retreat of democracy is in a way forcing Europe to return to the fundamentals, to return, not just to rely on single market and regulations. Europe cannot just be based on single market and legal regulations. You have to bring back politics in it, and politics based on democratic values and defending democracy, liberal democracy in the EU as a political task. You cannot leave it just to the market or just to observing regulations, because sometimes these regulations are not observed, and you need to make sure that all of the members of that project share it. So, yeah, sorry, it was more than one sentence. But
no problem, no problem. And conclusion is up to you, Mr. Gliedl, how to make liberalism great again.
Okay, yeah, be very clear what our common sense values are, what they mean to everybody, and displace the feeding ground for extremists, that they cannot feed on people's fear, because they understand what our common sense values are, and they're good for them, and they're good for governing.
So thank you very much, gentlemen, Stefano Adamo, Miroslav Cerháža-Krupnik, and Christopher Gliedl. Thank you, and thank you also to you in the room, and I hope you enjoyed the conference. And this is the this is the end. So have a nice day, and thank you very much.
Thank you.